Okay. Hello beyond. See reliable new nodes. Red, green is changed. Oh, yo. Thank you, Beyond. Let's actually take a look at this. What the hell? Hello. Let's take a look at this. Ah, okay. Huh. Yikes, dude. This one is so shit. Cannot deal non-fire damage. Ugh. I haven't heard this song in so long. Oh. Okay. Increases your damage by 175%. Yeah, for impending doom, it's trash. I wonder, you know what? Making an ignite build with incinerate or venting with this, maybe. Though I guess the best way to scale incinerate or venting is kind of like just E-blade and other things. Eh, yikes. Cost efficiency, cost efficiency. In case someone want to spend 3 mirrors on Poggy's meme build. Oh. Ice Spear Cock. This is right up. Wait, this is 3 mirrors? Who? Oh, baby. Come here. Hello, Dennis. Oh. Oh, I really see. Bro. What is that? Crit multi. Wait, this is fake damage, right? Is this like only one hit? It's my Thai friend who cooked the build. It's not configured properly? Okay, okay. Oh. Oh, shit. It's trigger bodies. Some jewels have 5 mods, so you can choose one of the mods. Oh, really? Jesus Christ. Oh, I see. It's more like a template? Mm. God damn, what the fuck? Wow. He was playing stupid shit with stupid budget? God damn. Hey, Skylock. Hello. How you doing? God damn. Oh. Pretty good. Goddamn. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, isn't this literally the same shit? Oh, it's global. Wait. I mean, it's literally the same thing almost. Did you watch? Wait, watch what? Our Lord and Savior Jungron. Oh, are you talking about Warb? Hold dot spell slinger. Really? Let's see. Oh, what's this? Hold dot spell slinger.
3.29 brought some serious buffs to cold damage over time skills, and I'll be league starting as a cold dot spellslinger elementalist. I've recently sent a 448
What?
Exarch Eater run with this build prior to the buffs and think it'll be the most
Oh, he's only using KF to spell sling.
comfortable league starter I've ever played. Now before I answer the burning question of Spellslinger, let's overview some of the key buffs for this patch. So each of the core gems received numerical buffs first. 21% for Cold Snap, 17% for Vortex, 14% for Creeping Frost, and 31% more damage for Wintertide Brand. Additionally, they received
31% more damage. Was it that big? God damn.
more damage for Wintertide Brand. Additionally, they received radius increases, but the gem that got buffed most of all was probably Vol Cold Snap, which can now store 2 uses instead of 1, has a lower number of souls per use, and a reduced soul gain prevention of 5 seconds from 6 seconds. All of this alongside a 24% more damage buff. The two other major buffs to the archetype for this patch are the addition of the Bitter Frost Keystone, effectively granting Bone Chill as a free link, and the Pact of Gore or Katash, the former giving 40% more damage over time, alongside increased damage over time taken for enemies, and the latter empowering Vol skills. Now, we don't know whether or not these will be stackable, or which one will be more powerful, but either way, it'll be a great tool to include. Now then, why Spellslinger? While this build doesn't benefit at all from the added damage of Spellslinger, it also doesn't get penalized by the less damage with hits and ailments on the skill gem. What Spellslinger really does though is significantly increase specifically the clear DPS and early game playability. Normally you clear with a single dot skill like Cold Snap, but this build gets to use 4 skills immediately, simultaneously at level 28, every single time you attack. This significantly improves your DPS while clearing and also makes Wintertide Brand fit much better onto the Cold Dot suite for early game.
Oh.
Spellslinger does limit single target DPS though later on, since it costs mana reservation and a link. So this build switches into a regular cold dot elemental setup around the 2 to 4 stone mark as you're farming T16s and finalizing your Atlas. That said, the clear and playstyle is significantly improved, since this build mostly gets to play as a Vol Cold Snap character next patch, which basically gives that semi-auto bomber feeling. I will go over potential endgame setups in a follow-up video, as there are various options to go through, including life stack, power charge stacking, golem stacking. Really, just stackers are still kind of king of the endgame. My intention though is, regardless of which one I pick, to transition this into a near full uptime Vol Cold Snap build, using either Triumvirate Authority, Yamax Accord, or the Chaos Bloodline Ascendancy. But for now, let's get into the core POB for this league starter and how to progress the character. So before I go over the leveling, this is roughly the start of day 2 character I have spec'd out.
Whoa. That's some damage.
And it sits at about 15 million DPS, and it uses some really cheap and common uniques that may be in much higher demand for next league, but I think will still be really, really accessible. It's not like Mage Blood, it's not like T0s. And I think these numbers are fairly solid. This is without most conditionals up. And I think that if you play this kind of thing, it should be the kind of build setup with these numbers that you want to be farming, probably like nightmare maps, maybe doing destructive play, boss rush, essence farming, June, that sort of thing. Because it's a middle end damage, middle end clear speed character, but really high in comfort, really high in early game progression. Now, in terms of early leveling, I want to start this out with Kinetic Bolt. At level 1, that's what I equip. I put this on with Prismatic Burst right away, and if you have the extra link, Elemental Proliferation. I level with this pretty much all the way through, putting on Holy Flame Totem at level 4, grabbing spell nodes, and the first main pivot happens at level 12, so I switch from Kinetic Bolt into Kinetic Fusillade at level 12. And this is just going to be incredible next patch. The hover duration is going down from 0.7 to 0.5 seconds, but the attack speed is also going down. But that doesn't really matter, since you don't really attack that often anyways, right? You just summon it and hover it. This setup plays with 2 Kinetic Fusillades. Why 2 Fusillades? Well, because each of these has a separate hover duration over your head. While you're kind of hovering one Fusillade, what does it say? Creating hovering projectiles for one Fusillade, you can actually release those and then start creating hovering projectiles for the other Kinetic Fusillade. So basically, you don't need to worry as much about reducing the duration, and you can have 2 Fusillade setups. Really, really
That's
great
smart.
for early clear.
God damn.
And it's also just one of the highest single target skills in terms of early game. Now, I played this all the way until level 28. And if you're curious about the tree, it looks something like this. You'll want to grab the heralds at 16, but it's really straightforward to follow, right? Just like take the nodes as you see them. And then at level 28, I swap into Cold Dot Slinger. And it's a pretty big transition, but it'll be a lot easier next patch since you don't need to worry about colors. For the Spell Slinger swap, I like to pair my skills this way probably, where you have Vortex of Creeping Frost in one and Cold Snap and Wintertide Brand in the other. It doesn't really matter which one you do. What I would say is try to buy your Cold Snap early in Act 2 and use the Ball Pyramid, whatever that area. It gives you a free corruption, so you have a chance of hitting Ball Cold Snap. But it's not super important. But you can do this pretty much right away. And you also don't need to library since you get faster attacks for shield charge. Now, I use Power Siphon at this point instead of Kinetic Fusillade. This is because next patch, Power Siphon is actually the fastest attacking wand skill you can get in the early game, I think. If I'm wrong on that, please correct me, but who knows. Now, this setup doesn't actually do that much damage right away. At level 28, these skills just aren't that good. The reason why is because, well, like let's say Creeping Frost, for instance. At level 1, it does... Well, actually, at level 2, it's doing 25.8 damage, right? But at level 3, it does 38.5. So you know how skill gems usually get between 10 and 15% more damage per level? Early on, dot skills are getting something like 30 to 40% more damage per level. So it'll scale insanely well. So basically, your damage is lowest at Act 3. That said, I've done this swap multiple times now. And with this full Stinger setup, you can kill all the Act 3 bosses in, within like a 10-second difference of armor crema. It's really not that much. And mostly it's really comfortable to play. If you are struggling on mana at this point, you can also click Eldritch Battery. It'll also let you spend whatever energy shield you have on gear. You can gamble for energy shield gear, and that would make that fairly comfortable to do. But from this point forward, it's pretty much all cruising. This is really great. And then at level 34, it's like really, really OP, and you never have to worry about anything again, because Elementalist gets golems at level 34, right? You do this, you grab normal lab, and you're pretty much set for the rest of the game. Your mana regen's fine, your AoE damage, everything is just okay. You don't need to worry about anything. So if you can get to this point, you're pretty much cruising, and you should have no real problems. For lab order, I take these two and then these two, and then eventually Hard Destruction. If you're lacking damage, you could go Shaper of Storms, but again, I have no idea why you would be lacking damage. Now, there are maybe three ways to go about building this in this part of the game. One is what I've done where I path over a Templar start. I believe this is the highest damage output kind of way to build the tree and progression.
New jungle cold dot.
It gives you a lot of high kill nodes like Lead Divinity, Holy Dominion, which gives you all res, a little bit of extra attack speed and cast speed, and you can also grab precision. It also passes you over to Runebinder, which is good for Wintertide, and gives you the opportunity to grab Runesmith in the later part. One of the other ways you can do this is you drop this area and you go right side. This is for if you want to go for like evasion, suppression setup. But because suppression happens late, I don't like to do that early. The final setup would be going around the far outside. This is if you want to get like block in hardcore or something like that. It's quite efficient to do defensively and just like keeps you a lot safer. But I believe that this general tree gives you the highest mix of kind of comfort, damage output, QOL, and like good coverage. Because good coverage is really important. Right? Having good coverage and having good clear damage the whole time means your XP will go up. And so all the kind of gains and power that you're making will be cascading upon itself as you're doing the campaign. The skill gem stuff doesn't really change that much at this point. I've written Pact of Goran, but this is for much later. Into maps, you can pretty much stay as Slinger until about, I would say, level 85 is probably when I would look to swap off. In softcore trade, this is when you could look to get any of the big core uniques to
I'm always
jack
scared to
damage.
play a
So
junk build. He's too
Rhyme
smart
Gaze
for
is one of
me.
them,
And the
Volcarest
click
another
button
one,
numbers
Repka
go up.
Allelopathy. These are kind of the three majorly large uniques. Maybe
He is
Eyeballs
smart
as
as
well.
fuck.
But these ones in particular are really great. If you can get these, it will just instantly jack up your damage. Like imagine you're level 41, and all of a sudden you play with a level 25 Wintertide brand, right? Now you can't go Slinger if you're playing this, and you don't really want to go Slinger if you're playing the other setups. And so I actually would switch out into Self-Cast when you find one of these items or like a couple of these items and want to do that. But let's talk about the finalization of the Slinger setup. The PoB calcs this at about 2 million DPS. I do have a penalty written in for hit damage. And this is assuming with the addition of the Keystone as well, right? Which isn't there yet. It is going to be playing double Curse at this point. Punishment is technically better, but I like to actually have that Curses both active right away. And your skill links aren't changing that much. With 2 million DPS, I think it's mostly fine, but you might start to struggle on things like Form, Twisted, Maven, and that area with this defensive suite. If you're lacking defensively, there are some great nodes to take, right? For max hit, that is. There's like this stuff over here. You could go for the reservation stuff and then start putting in Discipline or Flesh and Stone. But yeah, this is the finalization of where I stop on Slinger. Kind of continuation of what you're seeing before. And then for Uber Lab, you want to take Shaper Storms. This gives you, with this plus this, you're already at a 40% shock, which is an insane damage multiplier, right? Now then, level 95. What's the big difference? So this is where I imagine like maybe around the 8 to 10 hour mark, maybe the 12-hour mark for myself. Somewhere around there in softcore trade, where you're just looking to kind of pump damage and get a lot of your Atlas done, making sure your max hit is high enough. And I like to just not worry about my avoidance that much. I'm going for ES evasion hybrid bases because they give you the both max pool and max evasion stuff, and
Hey,
it's gonna scale really well
X-Boss.
with Stone Golem, right?
Thank you
Which
for the
gives
follow,
you
man.
increased defenses.
Super
A
appreciated.
Jade Flask is really big.
Thank you.
I think. Like if you're not playing with this all throughout the campaign, as soon as you can put it on, I think it's just really helpful for your mapping. The other nice thing to get is block chance on a shield. So instead of playing for a +1 shield defensively, you could go for things like Dawnbreaker at this point. You could go for a Crusader Buckler or War Buckler, like one of the evasion shields with block chance. You can self-craft that with an essence of, I think, Loathing or something like that. So yeah, those are the other options for defenses that are easily accessible, but I don't really worry too much.
You think you can still play Relic of the Pact
at this point, having good damage is more important than anything else. At least
you
for what
still
I want to do.
can, but
it is
you
self-casting at
lose
this point, and most of your damage
with the nerf to Wrathpith, you are essentially losing like 50% damage. Because if you're going Relic of the Pact, you're going crit, right? And you're losing both damage and crit chance. So it's very close to 50% damage loss with just Wrathpith nerf, which is like, ugh. Yikes. Yeah, that's a pretty big loss. Yeah, it's kind of bad.
in this setup.
Like, Relic of the Pact has insane damage anyway, but still. Losing that much damage is sad. And you'll really notice it.
So the main first self-cast setup comes from Cold Snap. Volcarest, let's talk about this unique. It's really, really crazy.
And it's actually going to feel worse, because your crit chance is going to be about like 50%. And it'll be kind of hard to get it above 50-60. Which is going to feel even worse. Because, you know, you're gonna want to use what were those gloves where you like you apply impale on crit. Hey Schwartz, all what's up, daddy streamer? Hello. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Actually, you know what? I'll be right back. Null and Void maybe? Fuck, what was the name of that? I do need to go check on our dryer. We have some clothes drying, and I need to put some other stuff into the wash. We're washing a lot of shit. The 3. Yeah, there it is. Fuck them clothes. Wow. What the hell? So, yeah, we had 82% crit chance. What was it? Ah, entropic devastation. That's right. So it's gonna feel terrible because your entropic devastation isn't going to be applying impale a lot of the time because you're only gonna have like 50%. So it's gonna be kind of bad. Where is this thing? What the fuck happened? Wrathpith. I can like show you how much damage we lose. So it's going down to 3. And you can see here already 27.7% crit chance loss. And almost 50% combined DPS loss. With just that nerf. And it's like, it's just Wrathpith. I understand that it was kind of needed because Wrathpith was insane. But this is going to make Relic of the Pact feel terrible. 54% crit chance. Honestly, this isn't like a min-maxed Relic of the Pact. This is like, not that amazing. But yeah, losing that much damage, almost half. This is gonna feel terrible. It's possible, but again, you're still just gonna have to deal with shit, and you will definitely feel the crit chance. All right, just like I'll leave you with some music. I must check on our dryer and washer. We will be right back. Oh my god. Just a sec. This is actually, this may take longer than expected. Um, just to say, we will actually put ourselves on a BRB screen. All right, we're getting there. We're very close. We just gotta fold some clothes, and we'll be back in a bit. Hey, Frostbite, all of us. He needs to wash the stains out of his underwear real quick. What the fuck? Don't get folded yourself. That's gonna be tough. Okay, oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. We're back. Oh my god. Alright, what the fuck did I miss? Insert flicker emote. Oh yeah, we need to finish the trilogy today? Which trilogy? Big Dick Randy? Oh my god. Wait, have you guys been listening to Big Dick Randy without me? What the hell is this? He shouldn't let his stream unsupervised. If he gets banned for this, we shall remember you. Wait. Okay. Oh shit. Cat is fine, by the way, from yesterday. He just didn't want to see us, I guess. He's back to normal demon business. Forgot to give him food. Oh, okay. That's good. I'm glad the kitty cat is fine. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's get back. Alright. We're pausing this.
Because it just gives you +5 to all skills. It's fairly common. It's a tier 3 unique, and also gives you permanent onslaught. So you don't need to be playing Silver Flask at this point once you have Valkyrie on. I hope to be playing with this. We'll see, though, you know. And then lastly, let's talk about the final endgame loadout that I have for now. So this is a fairly like early game endgame loadout. I think by the like midway through day 2, most kind of more experienced players will have outscaled this, but this is where this guide is going to end for now, because there's a lot of considerations I have for like the deeper end game. What's really going on here? So defensively, it like looks a little bit knocked.
I thought you PoE wizard. We look in guides now. I wish I was a PoE wizard. God damn.
Great, and that is like sort of true, to be honest.
But I'm stuck with impending doom.
I am gonna be looking to get a good amount of evasion. I will be playing Ghost Dance, and I have like some weird recovery layers like Wicked Ward and some faster start of ES regen. But I think the damage and efficiency is really what I'm focusing on. Foulborn, Tullborn, super good. All right, +3 all gems and
studying
exposure.
a guide too
and
right
this
now.
extra
Nice,
exposure
nice.
is going to scale multiplicatively with Eye of Malice. Eye of Malice means that nearby enemies have increased cold res. So if you have like 100 cold res as an enemy, now
But
the
I'm
enemy has
allowed to.
150
I'm
cold res.
filthy casual.
If the enemy has negative 100 cold res, though, it has negative 150 cold res, which is really good. It means that, like, let's say it's gonna make your like elemental weakness more potent. It's gonna make your frostbite more potent. It's gonna make the Foulborn, Tullborn more potent, but it also increases Mastermind of Discourse 25%. So Eye of Malice is actually a huge multiplier for this. It's 26%, and it gives you automatic exposure sometimes when you're hitting things, right? Mostly when you're hitting things.
I'm allowed to. I'm filthy casual.
The last unique on this
Jungle
ain't a guy,
is so it's okay.
I mean, there's not really much to say. I think it's great to have 3 curses. Like, it saves you at least 4 nodes in the tree, and like, I know, it's just good, right? You don't need to play with this. Doji's is also solid as a +1 curse. It could play Whispers, but there aren't really great rings I'd want to have early on. The 2 other uniques, I guess, is Jules. Primordial Eminence. However many of these you can have, it's really great. Golem Effect is incredibly powerful. Not just the damage and defense that it shows you in PoE,
Where did evil fig
but this
go?
is giving you better mana regen, which you actually might struggle with. Who knows?
Angelic
it's gonna give you
fish. Hello.
Yeah, it's gonna give you more AoE. It's gonna give you better chaos resistance as you're trying to gear through things.
This is laundry fish.
It's gonna give you more cast speed and shield charge attack speed. So like Golem Effect is just really OP, right? It's no secret. And then Immutable Force is how I'm gonna probably looking to deal with stun early game. I think it's fine. There's some skills that really don't like to play immutable, but they're really few and far in between. I think it's like challenge stuff that can get interrupted. And the rest of it's like, yeah, as you're gearing in, I think this cluster is really strong. For the same reason that Eminence is strong, Primordial Bond is strong. Damage per summon golem, damage per summon golem. Now there's another setup you can go for with Dark Monarch and really golem stacking, but I think I like this for the early part. I expect golem stacking to be fairly expensive.
At his redemption arc. Yeah.
Just that unique can be quite expensive, yeah, Dark Monarch.
He's a good guy now.
What else is there to talk about?
Only
I guess like a few things as far as the rare gear goes. This is a transfer attuned spirit shield. It's a high space. I would want to craft this with the essence that goes block chance until you hit either spell damage or +1 cold, and then benchcraft suppress, or like, you know, just like good mods. I don't really care. A necrotic armor, getting enough dexterity for this can be a little bit annoying, but good ES evasion base. When you're hybrid, that's like a really efficient slot to go for. On my boots, Scorched Ground, and then effective non-damaging elements. The non-damaging elements is great because it also scales the Scorched Ground, but it also gives you chill scaling and shock scaling, right? Which you'll want. Over here, Citrine Amulet, Ash Frost Storm.
Well.
Dot multi is another thing you can look for. You can also play Replica Dragonfang's Flight. Technically, things like Yoke of Suffering are pretty good too. Ashes is like alright, but like, you know, at this point in the game, for me, like if I'm thinking, oh, 20 hours in, I don't want to play around like an Uber unique. For a ring, I'd really want to get minimum endurance charges, because your PDR isn't great on this character. And then the Stygian Vise, this probably should have life on it. You can put that on.
And just
but that regen mod, that bench crafted regen mod, is really great for energy shield recovery, especially while doing like invitation bossing type stuff. Phasings from here, and then yeah. The other thing I want to note, because I'm playing Vol Caress on this, I have free onslaught, right? And then I'm phasing from here, which really opens up the flask setup. It means that I can play triple elemental flask, which is really, really, really good for like conditional defense. And Sapphire Flask is really, really good as well because it gives you more cold damage over time when you overcap your cold rest. So it's just like pretty efficient. Like just get little things here there.
It's true.
I've also included one medium cluster because I extra nodes. Cold conduction overcaps your shock effect. It does give you a little bit of cold element effect, but yeah, I mean it's just an option to go for. And then Inspired's kind of sweet just in case you need more mana regen. So yeah, that's the core of that. For the tree, it's shifted over to the right side now from all the left side progression trees, or like top side progression trees that you've seen, because I'm trying to go and better it. You know, I want to grab for instinct. I want to get suppression caps. That bossing is just way, way, way easier to do. And this also gives you a bit more dexterity on the tree when you're looking to equip that necrotic armor, right? And then same thing for labs over here. I haven't mentioned like Forbidden Angel and stuff because that's like all much later, and I think it's really good to focus on what progression feels like. A lot of people try to skip stabs and like
IRL
look for some like crazy like endgame unique right away that isn't even going to pair well with what you have. I think understanding the fundamentals of what's going on in this build and looking through the POBs where the damage differences are with each of these loadouts,
turn on a cold dot
understanding
right now.
how I like to do my cold dot progression will help you more than anything. So yeah. This is what I'm really starting. I think it's going to be absolutely amazing to play. I'm going to try to run some more practice.
Oh, sure. Sure, he's going to be league starting this. He's going to bait everyone, and then he's going to do a different build. Drink a flask with unaffected by Ignite. Oh, okay. You know what? That's actually better.
Just coming up, and I'll try to get you 2 pieces for the coming week. One, that full leveling run for 2 stones. I'll put up like the actual...
this is actually a good build. That uses cold dot. Yeah, damn. Okay. Alright, we're adding this to the Discord. Builds. Junga. Rune. Cold dot. First comment. I'll be starting, so we know this is exactly what he's not starting. True. Washing stream done? Damn. No, we're not done yet. We still have more. More shit. Ooh. Spark starter aura stacking. What is this?
Greetings, exiles.
Oh.
Just a quick reminder, this isn't a usual league starter. You can't start the league with it, because you need specific gear and jewels for the build to work.
What?
In this guide, I'll show you how to get started with it.
You saw this? Go stream while you're washing so I can yell, shake that booty boy? What the fuck?
An entry-level aura stacker. Before we look at the gear, it's important to understand how an aura stacker actually works.
Oh my
The idea
God.
is simple. We stack as much mana reservation efficiency as
This is
possible.
not a usual league starter
That
because you
allows
can't
us
league
to
start
fit in
with
a
it. Then it's
huge
not a
number
league
of
starter.
auras while also scaling their effect.
Well, technically he
Increasing
didn't say
aura
it's a league
effect makes
starter.
every aura significantly stronger.
Technically.
The most important breakpoint for this build is 300% increased aura effect. Without reaching that number, the build simply doesn't perform the way it's supposed to.
Simply
Don't
doesn't.
worry if that doesn't make sense yet.
Ugh, his prod speed for Spark is yikes though. What the fuck is this?
We'll come back to it once we reach the jewel section. Now, let's dive into a guide. Let's start with the class choice.
Oh.
We're playing an Ascendant because she has access to 3 Ascendancy notables that are perfect for an aura stacker.
3
2 of them come from our Ascendancy.
Is this the POBs I see 1 billion Spark DPS but 0 prod speed? Let's see. 16 mil but 0 prod speed? It's even worse. Close that shit. Yeah, it doesn't have prod speed, so... Bro. At this point, just play an armor stacker and you have a better build. Like literally a better build if you just play an armor stacker. Because this has 0 prod speed. Later on he goes over 3 forbidden jewels, but only one of them has mana reservation. Really? Oh no. Let's slap in 10 different uniques and hope shit works. Me when I play Spark but I have no clue how to play it.
Points, while the third is picked up later using a Forbidden Flesh and Forbidden Flame setup. Let's get into the gear.
What?
The helmet is
What is
Alpha's
this?
power. Ideally, you want a corruption with either +2 to level of socketed aura gems, or +2 to level of socketed area of effect gems. The area of effect corruption is slightly better because it also increases the level of righteous
What
fire.
the fuck?
Next up is Chevron's wrappings. Look for either +2
Hey.
to projectile gems or
Make that
+2
fucking
to
washer
duration
a
gems.
black one. We have
Both
a black
of those
one, it's not
corruptions
white.
increase the damage of Spark of the Nova. More importantly, Chevron's
Goddamn.
prevents chaos damage from bypassing your energy shield.
Whoa.
It also enables pain attunement, giving us 30% more spell damage while on low.
I don't want to DM this to Anime Princess, so he dies from a heart attack.
Life.
You should.
For the gloves, we're using Maligaro's Virtuosity. This item sets our critical strike multiplier to exactly 300%.
Exactly.
We also need
300%.
either
Bro. Why don't you... Is this a PoE 2 player? Maybe. You know what? That's a good point. Maligar's Virtuosity was used a lot in PoE 2. For the free crit multi. Maybe. Honestly, this guy's essentially making an armor stacker, but it's just bad.
the +2 to aura gems or +2 to area of effect once our prize build. Element chance while affected by curse auras from your skills per 10 devotions.
Wait.
There are 3 options: Guardian, Champion, or Necromancer. I'm using Guardian in this version of the build, but all 3 are perfectly viable. Choose which.
Honestly, it's actually a good video, but the content in it is like, oh my god. Well, I should say the build in it is like, oh my god. The editing is good. I don't care if it's a fucking AI voice. Like, it's actually
Whichever one
decent.
best fits your budget. Next is Watcher's Eye.
You know what will be funny if his voice like actually isn't. It actually isn't like AI, and this is actually him speaking. It probably is AI though. Okay, now it's black. Hell yeah, there we go. This is what we're talking about. Nice, nice, nice.
2 modifiers are mandatory. The first is increased critical strike chance while affected by Wrath.
Oh my
The
god.
second is energy shield gained for each enemy hit while affected by discipline.
Whoa.
The third modifier is completely flexible. If your budget allows it, look for another
Completely
offensive
flexible.
modifier like lightning penetration while affected
I would
by
rather
wrath.
have this.
Next comes our Militant Faith Timeless Jewel. There are two modifiers we're looking for.
Atlas runners
Reduced
failed.
mana cost of skills per 10 devotion.
6
and increased effect
FPS.
of
Wait,
non-curse auras from your skills per 10
we're back.
devotion.
We're back to affliction.
Now,
Let's go,
Let's
dude.
talk about the large cluster jewels.
This is my old PC.
Our first large cluster is an 8 passive elemental
no.
damage cluster.
Okay.
Vertable
Where?
And purposeful non-final flasks and also running righteous. Our main skill is Spark of the Nova. We're linking Sparker with Inspiration, Spell Echo, Arcane Surge, Increased Critical Strikes, and Lightning Penetration.
Whoa.
For additional damage, we're also running Righteous Fire. Next is Smite. Gives us an additional defensive layer without requiring another keybind. Now let's talk about the auras, because at the end of the day, auras are the entire reason this build exists.
The charge speed is so bad, though. Ugh. Hey, Gauzy. All good morning. How's it going?
For our defensive setup, we're running Determination,
Hope
Discipline,
you're doing well.
Vitality, Purity of Fire, Purity of Ice, and Purity of Lightning.
Wait, he's not using coruscating while low life? He doesn't need to, because he's using chevrons. Yeah, it's a chevron build.
For our offensive setup, we're using Wrath, Zealotry, Precision, and Smite.
Oh my.
Together, they provide enormous amounts of flat damage, critical strike chance, spell damage, and overall scaling. We're also running
Wait, but he's not. You know what's funny? In his video, he hasn't pressed smite once.
Haste for even guard skill. End of the day, auras are the entire reason this build exists.
Press
For our
smite.
defensive setup, we're running
Sure.
Determination,
Oh, he pressed it once.
Discipline,
Okay.
Vitality, Purity of Fire,
Never mind. He used
Purity
it.
of Ice, and Purity of Lightning.
Good. Just gonna
For
lurk
our
and steal
offensive
build
setup, we're
ideas.
using Wrath, Zealotry,
Oh my
Precision,
God.
and Smite.
Oh shit! You know what, Gauzy? Jung actually made a really good dot build. Holy. Where is this?
3.29 brought some serious buffs to cold
This
damage
is, like,
over time skills, and I'll
actually-
be league starting as
This actually makes cold dot look really fucking good. It's tempting.
Together, they provide enormous amounts of flat damage, critical strike chance, spell damage, and
Yo, fish. What's this? What the fuck?
overall scaling. We're also running Haste for even more cast
God damn
speed
it.
and mobility. Clarity
Oh my
helps
God.
solve our mana sustain. And finally, we're using Herald of Ice and Herald of Thunder.
Wow.
This guide covered the entry-level version of the build. It's designed to get you into aura stacking as early as possible while still having enough damage and survivability to comfortably clear endgame content. But this is only the beginning. In the next video, we'll take this
Literally just make an armor stacker and the build's better. Oof. $15 to $20. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, dude. Did you see his jewels? Nah. 150 to 200D maybe. You can self-form EE. I mean, his introspection jewels are pretty shit, let's be honest. So that's fine. These will probably be relatively expensive. Eh. I don't know if I should delete that meme or keep it up to you. Nah, keep. Whoa, holy shit. God damn. Nah, you can keep that meme. It's a meme. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Schwartz, you fucked up again. It's not a black. It's not a black washer. Why'd you make it white? With the amount of investment, better play anything else. Yeah, not with this amount of defense, this amount of EHP. Honestly, I don't even think he has any like movement speed either because wait. Oh, yeah, he doesn't. Oh no. Mapping with this is gonna feel like shit. It has 0 prod speed, 0 movement skill. Is he using he's using leap slam with no. Oh no, dude. You stole my prompt. Whoa. I used the previous one. Also, I don't like black. Oh my god. Mobile needs emotes. I'm pretty sure that one of my coworkers is getting ready to be terminated. My boss is having me audit all of their projects for ensure that they have updated and noted appropriately. It feels like they're getting the project ready for someone else to take over. Oh, yikes. Holy shit. That's pretty sad. Well, I'm interested in that armor stacker build. You got a bid? That's gonna have to be. Hey, Gitans. Wait a minute. You were here already. Stupid. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a Big Daddy video. Did he? Oh.
Hey guys, okay, so now that PoE 2's had its league, now it's time for PoE 1. Okay, so in this video I want to go over some changes to the armor stacker builds, I guess, or the builds that I'm playing. First of all, I do want to say that I'm actually not even sure if I will be playing the league. A little bit of surprise, but there's 2 big reasons why.
What the hell?
First one is, I actually do want to play Ascension WoW. If you guys don't know what it is, it's a custom WoW
Doc
server, probably the best
Lee.
one out
What
there.
the
I would say
hell?
even better than normal WoW, and they're pretty much about to be shut down
I
by
thought he's not playing
Blizzard,
this league because he's gonna be playing that
and
WoW
it's probably
private
the
server.
last time
Yeah.
we're going to get
Yeah.
to play it, I guess, maybe, probably. Anyways, so they're releasing also a new season, basically the exact same day as PoE 1. So I'm a little bit torn up which one to do. 80% right now, probably going to be playing Ascension, I think. Just because it's probably the last time I can play it, right? PoE 1, PoE is going to be around for the foreseeable future, so... Anyways, second reason, honestly, the league looks pretty bad. I mean, pretty bad, I'd say. It doesn't look fun, honestly. There's like nothing really cool or new. I mean, it looks kind of interesting, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it feels very mid, you could say, right? Even like the new unique stuff looked pretty cool, but
I heard Ascension is
you
really
don't
good
even
right
get
now.
the full effect on some
Yeah, but
uniques,
it's a
and
WoW.
I don't know, I just like, I kind of wish that we were back in the day when we had those leagues where you could make these crazy items like Crucible and Harvest, and you're like, holy shit, that's awesome. Anyways, that doesn't really seem to happen nowadays. It's just kind of more like, everything's very mid. It's kind of like the correct term, I think, that I'm trying to figure out. Anyways, that's the 2 main reasons. Okay, aside from that, I will be updating the builds to the best of my knowledge at the moment, and probably we'll see what happens throughout the course of the league, because I might jump in later on. We'll see what happens, but there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do.
I'm not a furry. I'm not into horse girls or dragons.
Much unchanged. I would
That's
say
your
the
reason
champion
to
build
play.
is pretty much unchanged, aside from some gear changes, probably.
Yeah.
The other cool thing is the Reliquarian changes allows you to do Transcendence very easily. You can even do
True.
a 2-sword setup that you couldn't even do before. Then you can also potentially get the armor in increased by overcap fire resistance helmet mod from the Formless Flame and put that on different helmet. But we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, so let's first of all go over some
Wait,
of the
why does
bigger
he still have
changes,
these?
to the armor stacker, and that is the first change is no synth items.
iPhone.
And the main synth items that we used was the helmet. That's probably the biggest change. And you can think of it as basically you're losing 50% aura effect,
but I didn't have playback when phone is locked. Oh god,
some other stats, right? Plus 1 gem
sad.
levels and reservation efficiency. So it's a little bit of a nerf, right? But not the end of the world. You can still make a +5 helmet, I think, right? The normal +4 +4 +1, I guess. So you could still make pretty decent helmets, right? It's just not gonna be the same. And I imagine that if the endgame helmets aren't some crazy unique helmet that you craft with the new Legion stuff, then it would be the Eldritch helmets corrupted to have a 3rd implicit. So you make it with the can have another item cells for more to vendors, and you have 2 Eldritch implicits, and then you Hinocor's Lock Wallet till you get a 3rd implicit, or however that works, right? But DPS maybe. So bit of a loss on the very, very top end, but quick. Oh, okay, never mind. Don't look at that. So before, we have to go all the way over here to pick up this node. I mean, we would go this way, right? But to get the Glancing Blows on a lot of the builds to cap block. So Glancing Blows is now a implicit you can get on shields, which means you're going to save a jewel socket. And that might not seem like a lot, like, oh wow, we get 1 jewel socket, but that's like a massive, massive thing, right?
Yeah, that's pretty huge for armor stacker.
Or even just saving all of these points, right? Think about it, I didn't use Forbidden Flame Jewels for the longest time on some of my builds, the armor stacker builds, is because I just did not have enough sockets. So that means we're going to be getting free Glancing Blows if we decide to use it, or also...
Alright, well... Don't look at memes channel. What is this? What the hell? What is happening? Oh my god. Ooh, what is this? What does Connor have?
There's 1 mana left. And like many of you last Thursday, I watched the announcement for 329. You know, Andrew, Octavian, Mark, they all said this is a spell league. And I thought, oh, sweet, a spell league. And then what I did, like many, is I opened up the patch notes, I hit Control F, I typed ALB, and realized, oh, nope, never mind. It's not a spell build. It's not a spell league. It's an attack league. Because last league, I played the strongest build I've ever played. I didn't really hype it that much because I wasn't sure how strong it would be. But I ended up playing a kind of a weird choice, it's going to sound, but trust me, it's going to sound better soon. I played Heavy Strike with Replica Albrons. And this character shattered every Valdo's record I ever had on Reverse Snapshot. I think it has the time record of every single Valdo's now. I did a 211 Blasted Monolith, like a 4-something Desert Spring. It was just the craziest numbers I've ever put together on a build, on a accuracy stack, strength stack, Juggernaut. So I made Anorexia's Worst Nightmare. The heaviest jug you've ever seen.
Static Strike
now,
of Gathering Lightning.
A couple things have changed, but I would say they've got better going into this league.
Let's see Planet Eater.
I think this is going to be the last dance for Strength Stacker, okay?
Wait.
I don't think I'm going to get away with it one more league. So I'm holding nothing back.
Holy fuck, look at those links.
The big guns. I'm using full power now. I'm revealing my final trump card. Because I've decided to make this build a lot faster. Now, disclaimer, this is not a league starter, okay? If you're looking for a league starter, this is not it. I'm going to league start this.
Oh, yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean if you're a new player you should do that. I will go over how I intend to level this character, how I intend to progress the character, and take it into the end game, because I do that every single league. But
Holy shit.
the character this league, I want you to just trust me for a second, okay? Trust me. It's gonna look weird,
God
okay?
damn.
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking this is
How
a
much
heavy strike build, right?
4K
It is,
string?
correct.
100 POV is like
let's do
6
an
mirror.
unID T17 with full map
Yeah,
effect,
this is
okay?
insane.
What you're about to see right now, this is heavy strike. Trust me.
Oh,
You will doubt this for a second, but this is heavy strike. Ready? Steady? Go. This is what peak heavy striking looks like. Now I know what you're thinking, Connor. This looks a lot like Kinetic Blast. Well that's true. This is Kinetic Blast. But you see, Kinetic
what the
Blast has a
fuck is
major
this,
weakness.
Swartz?
Kinetic Blast has no single target. So let's see what my single target looks like here. There's none. Look at that single target. That's stinky. What if I hit weapon swap, and now Oh! I found the heavy strike. Ha, there's where it was.
What
So
the
what
fuck?
if you could be an accuracy stacking 11 APS Kinetic Blast character, but then you also had the highest single target in the entire game on a weapon swap
Bruh.
with all identical scaling. A setup that's 30 times the single target of Kinetic Blast. And all you had to do was press weapon swap one time and 30 times your single target.
What
That's
the
this
fuck?
build. This is heavy KB. Let's talk about how it works.
Heavy KB.
I have two setups, one for clear, one for single target. I'm going to use, obviously, Replica Alberons, because this is a strength stacker. I'm on a Juggernaut, so
What
all
the
that strength
fuck is that?
is turning into accuracy, and then that accuracy, which I have a pretty good amount of it, I have 36,000, is turning into like 300% attack speed. And so I'm pretty fast. I shield charge pretty fast. I can't even control it in the stupid hideout. But my shield charge is like 9 per second. My attacks is like 11 per second. All of the actual KB is just packaged into this weapon swap. So then I have the god of all single target, Heavy Strike. Now, Heavy Strike is a pretty lame ability because it's literally just auto attack.
That shield charge does more damage
But
than some people's
what
builds,
if
yeah.
auto attack hit really, really, really hard? That's Heavy Strike of Charthus. Now, the interesting part about the Charthus part is it has this line of text here. It's not just double damage, you know, good effectiveness. Increases and reductions to spell damage also apply to attack damage from this skill at 170% the value. Now, people do strength stackers. I've done them in the past with Crown of Eyes. And Crown of Eyes turns spell damage from Iron Will, in this case of strength stackers, into attack damage at 150 the value. Charthus does that on its own, so you don't actually need to run Crown of Eyes, which means you can use the Awakener Orb Warlord mod, elevated, and turn your strength into crit.
And Rain be like,
then
yo,
you can go
shit,
crit.
I want to make this build. I'm trying
So
with
you can be, you know, 91% crit with no power charges and like no Assassin's Mark.
Good.
Just from having a lot of strength. Now the thing is, Kinetic Blast also has that baked into it. Now next league gets nerfed by 25% down to 150. Trust me, you won't be able to tell the difference. Maybe a regular KB build will feel that 25% missing. But like Alberon's strength stack is like, it's so overkill on damage that this just needs to clear. That's it. Like, if we ever need more damage than this, it's just heavy strike time. But because as you could see from the fortress,
That's actually an insane build. What the fuck?
okay, well that's kind of not. Let's do. This looks fine, right? Feared. +6 frenzy charge, ghosted. This is a solid Valdo's map here. This is still heavy strike. on my, this is still my Valdos character. It does do big damage. So this should be fine. We'll do a nice KB demo until, oh, the Feared's right there. Okay, well, that's kind of not, I literally just walked in and the Feared was right there. That's unfair. All right, that's uncommon. Okay,
Oh
I was gonna do a
God.
demo where I like cleared
That's
the map
so
super
much
fast
damage.
as KB. I take one single step into the map with no endurance charges up, no buffs up, no fortify, nothing. And there's a ghosted Feared 2 feet beside me with no prep. That's a little bit unfair. But okay, as you can see,
Are there
Heavy
even mobs
Strike
on the
dealt
map?
with the
Apparently
Feared just
not.
fine. And now we're just playing KB for the rest of the map. And this is a setup that can clear B tier Valdos in like 45 seconds. So the only thing left here is Oak, and it's not the Omniphobia version, I'm pretty sure. And there's my
Minus 60
so
mobs.
63 seconds, despite the yapping and distractions. But like that was okay. That was a bad start because they were all at the start. But it's a Valdos character still. It has the damage and tankiness of a Valdos character. That was Ghosted Feared with 6 frenzy charges, which is like 90% damage and action speed.
God damn.
That's the character.
That's a build. Alright. Early League Del Guide. Oh my god. Oh wait. Wait, Ziggity got some shit? Ooh. Be careful, there's spoilers here.
Thought you'd buy it for sure.
G'day folks, Ziggity here. While I was visiting the Grinding Gear Games studio to host the Q&A, I had a
Grinding
chance
Gear
to play and
Games.
record a run on 3.29 Curse of the Allflame. Do keep in
Wet
mind
delve.
that this was recorded more than a week before launch, and I already
Oh, wait, is he using screen shake on crit? Oh no.
know of some things that have been changed and iterated on, and I'll note those as much as I can, but expect everything you see here to be non-final. Especially balance and tuning of the League mechanic. I was playing right in the middle of some pretty major iteration passes on that in particular.
Don't memes channel.
Well,
Oh no.
So with the return of Mercenaries to the game, which I was a big fan of, and the reveal of the Luminary, the class that lets you hire them permanently, I of course decided to take a run on Scion to see how she'd fare in
What
the campaign
the
with the
fuck
mercs.
is
More on
this?
that later. I really had no plan whatsoever for a build, so I decided I'd transition into handcasting spells pretty
Bruh.
quickly, since that was a big focus of the balance changes, and
What
the early
is
game spell
this?
buffs looked pretty good on paper. Finally, we're free from Magma Orb.
Oh my
Now,
god.
you can't really comment too much on balance from a single run like this, but I did have a pretty good impression of my run with handcasting spells throughout the campaign. First up, let's talk about the sockets. If you
turn
missed
off
the
that.
announcement, you might be wondering why there's so many white sockets on the gear that I'm finding. Well, white sockets are now the most common socket color, and gems can be equipped in any socket color. There's no restriction there. You can put a blue and a green and whatnot. The green, red, and blue sockets can roll on gear or be rolled with the now more rare chromatic orbs, but they aren't necessary.
I
You
need
do get a
premium
10%
AI.
quality bonus to the socketed gem for matching
What
the
is
color of the
this?
gem to the socket, which for some skills that can be quite impactful while leveling. My experience was that at very low levels, for about the first 2 acts or so, the gear was almost entirely white socket. And then from Act 3 onwards, items with one coloured socket started to become fairly common, with the occasional 2 socket appearing in the later acts. And from what we've seen in the previews, endgame
Link's
gear
view
with 2 to 3
sites.
sockets should be pretty
no.
commonplace and achievable. An important note here is that coloured sockets did appear in vendors, and while I didn't really need to do it, if I had struggled to get a blue socket 3 or 4 link for my main skill, I could have easily done that with a bit of vendor shopping, or indeed the gambling worked too. Chromatics are indeed much more rare now. I think I ended up getting maybe 5 or 6 in my run through to the end of Act 8. Though a couple of
Running
those
by
chromes
water depth?
likely came from
Can I be
my
home?
slightly excessive
I'll
time
be
spent in the
45
league
minutes
mechanic.
to an hour. Okay.
I'm not exactly speed running these hands-on
Stay safe,
playtests. My guess is that chromes will be
Thank
a
you for
bit more
going.
valuable than Chaos Orbs at League start. And I could even see them like increasing or keeping the value quite well as people start needing more and more of them to try and chase getting quality on more of their support gems to further optimize their late game characters and squeeze out the little bit of extra damage.
Streams are coming
The socket
back.
color change was a huge improvement to the leveling experience in a few interesting ways. So there was just a lot less gear lock-in. That's the main thing that you would expect here. It was just much easier to swap items, and I did so more frequently as a result. That's a really good thing, I think. It makes drops more exciting rather than a chore while leveling. I also just had a much wider range of gear that I could look at too, because not only are you not restricted by getting the correct colors for your skills and your supports, which seems crazy now in hindsight. You have to get the 4 specific colors you need. It's amazing how my perception has already changed just from playing this change once. But this also meant that you can use different attribute type gear much more easily. So your overall gear pool is potentially doubled or even tripled in the campaign, at least in those first few acts where attribute requirements are low. In addition to that, it was just a really fun change. You don't normally get to play with quality on any gems while leveling a fresh start. You know, gem cutters prisms are not exactly flying around at low levels. But this change makes it very easy to get 10% quality on a few of your gems. And some of those can be pretty impactful, like Spark, for example, I used for a while. I got an extra projectile out of that 10% quality, which felt really nice. It didn't completely trivialize the whole socket aspect of the game. I still did have to consider sockets a bit, whether I should use a chromatic orb, for example, and nicely statted 4-link, or whether I should go for a worse item for the quality bonus instead that, you know, had the socket color. And bases still mattered past Act 3 or 4 when defenses start to get more important and when the attribute requirements started to get higher as well. And thus the socket color bias comes into play too. Chromatics are guaranteed to give you one colored socket on an all-white item. Like that first chromatic you use is always going to change it to a colored item. But that does mean because of the attribute requirements aspect, you'll want to be careful when using a chromatic orb on an item with the wrong attributes for the gem that you're trying to get. There's no point chucking a chrome on that, you know, armor-based 5-link if you need a blue socket, for example. There's a very low chance of getting it. Overall, this was a banger change from GGG. It's just a real nice improvement to every leveling run we do from now on, and that's good. That's good. Campaign improvements are very good.
I'm paying more to have it mined.
So let's talk about the first part of Curse of the Allflame charts. Unsurprisingly, the league mechanic for Curse of the Allflame reveals itself to you shortly after leaving town, though I was surprised by the big old boat that just pulled alongside the cliffs there. That did catch me off guard. Basically, no preamble, but Valerie's like, yo, I like the way you kill Exile. Come aboard and I'll share the spoils of the entire ocean with you.
If you're so inclined, climb aboard. If not, bugger off.
I find it particularly hilarious that about 10 minutes after we've been exiled, we just get on a ship and in theory could just sail away from Rayclast and the entire questline and story of Path of Exile. But Zana did call it perfectly 6 years ago.
But it wasn't enough. They kept going back. Again and again. There was something inside them that could never be satisfied.
So, of course, we do continue to prove Zana right by ignoring the chance to, I don't know, retire to like a cozy island somewhere, to instead go and loot the entire ocean floor to increase our power. So right off the bat, Valerie gives us the first of our many charts.
That one PoE League trailer. Which one was it? I think it was the Atlas one. Which one was it? Was it 3. It was when the big Atlas change came out. Lily on Japan. Oh shit, what the hell? What? That's true. What the hell is that? Wait a sec. Can we... Atlas of Worlds? No. When did it change? Was it 3.24? No. So she can tell people Cyclone wa... Oh no. What the fuck? Fuck, what is that kanji? Saiyaku? Saiyaku no build desu. It's trash. Was it 3.24? No, it wasn't Necropolis. Secrets of the Atlas? Maybe? No, it wasn't Secrets of the Atlas. It was the one it was like the revamp before this. It was like the Maven change when fuck, which one was it? PoE, let's just look at PoE trailers. Which one was it? Right, I'm gonna scavenge some food from fridge. BRB. Okay. Hope you get some good food. Wait a sec. Do they have like a official trailers? Okay. Now, which one was it? Necropolis Affliction. Wasn't Secrets of the Atlas. Echoes of the Atlas, maybe?
What drives you?
Oh, it was this one. This trailer. Oh my god, it was so good. This is like actually correct what he says. What drives you, exile?
What drives you, exile? Is it justice? Revenge? Honor? No. It is power.
Power. Oh.
We
God,
felt
it's
your
so
deeds.
good.
Felt their shockwaves ripple through the void. You have our attention.
This trailer actually got me fucking hyped. Alright. Back to Ziggity. Where was I watching in the wrong one? No. Oh. Wait.
What drives you?
Fuck. Oh wait, no, it's here.
That we will find. These are little mini maps.
I'm a very happy man right now. I just paid off my wife's car and bought 6 of my spirit animal. Got goats to be delivered this weekend. Going the happy dance now. Doing the happy dance now. Yo, let's fucking go, dude. He's farming. Let's go. Congrats. What? I wonder why. What's this? Shijul. Instead, honestly, I have no fucking clue. Honestly, he could have used the last 2 kanjis and it would have been fine. Because aren't the last two kanjis like Sayaku, essentially? Yeah, Sayaku. I get. Oh. Wait, is he trying to say Hijoni? Hijo. Maybe I'm just reading it wrong. But Sayaku itself should work just fine. Oh, fuck. We gotta go back to the dryer.
Apps that we chuck into the bathysphere, this hopefully implosion-resistant Orbu thing that you can...
Just a sec. We gotta check the dryer again. We'll be right back. Got some music back on and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. What have you guys been doing? He sneezed again. 45-minute sneeze. Yep. Nothing. Susk. Alright. Back. Back to Spoilerland. We behaved. I just left for 5 minutes and he shat himself, SMH. I mean, I ate something bad.
You can jump in. And the idea of the charts is that we're charting the charts. So we are to go explore the ocean floor in that area around the bathysphere. You're given a limited number of all-flame lanterns, which you can plant down in the water just outside of your current bubble. You can use like the hotkey to place it with a bit more precision, or you can enable an auto-place thing that happens when you just run outside of the bubble. You can even use a movement skill further and it will still just place it behind you. These all-flame lanterns create a new safe zone to explore, and you can go into the water, but you do drown after a few seconds. It's like 5 seconds or something. Basically the same mechanic as the drowning orbs, but in this case not chasing you. Well, not yet. Your objective is really simple here in the charts, and you can do it as quickly or as slowly as you like. Just place all of the all-flame lanterns. There's no time pressure at all until you place your very last lantern in charts, because the bubbles only start collapsing when that last one is planted. Damn. So you can take your time up to that point. It's not like Breach or something where you need to clear very fast. The bubbles collapse from last to first, with the idea being that you fight your way back to the bathysphere and then use it to leave. But you can also just quickly slam down the lanterns in a circle around the starting bubble if you want to just chart really quickly. You can easily speed run these and bypass the collapse escape aspect too if you like. You just make sure that your last lantern is placed close to the bathysphere anywhere, and then you're already there and ready to extract right away. But if you want to get some more loot, you can approach it a little differently. The lanterns have another function here. If there is a special reward, usually something like a chest, somewhere within 2 or so screens of the lantern, it'll point a ghost flame arrow in its direction. The gameplay flow here is pretty easy for charts. You run to the edge of the bubble.
Every sneeze means you throw your back out, shit yourself, or your blood pressure drops for 5 minutes. Hey, go baby, come here. First and last happens to me. Thanks.
Slap a lantern down. If there's an arrow, go that way and look for the loot, slapping down more lanterns as needed. If there's no arrow, you just run a little further or in another direction and slap those lanterns down to track some more down. You kind of play this little hot and cold game, and you can do it really quickly and smoothly. There's, I think, at least several treasure chest spots in each chart as well. So you can go in pretty much any direction, and a lantern will probably point you to something pretty quickly. There are some charts that are a bit more extra special with some bonus encounters or extra monsters. These usually have like gold text underneath their name. When you place the last lantern in a chart, something else special happens. All of the dropped loot, even from chests, is vacuumed up and it spirals out on the boat after you leave. So 2 notes on this firstly. If you don't kill or loot anything when you extract, there won't really be a loot spiral. I know some of the devs are a bit worried about this because people will be like, oh, they'll see the loot spiral and like, this mechanic gives no loot. Well, like, you know, that part is just the loot vacuum at the end. It only has loot if you effectively put loot in it. But the side effect of this pretty nice quality of life mechanic here is that it makes the extraction process just much more fun. I was really surprised how much I liked this. I found myself rushing some loot chests, like doing a little bit, and then for the rest of the chart, just intentionally leaving stuff to kill or loot on the way back. Especially if I felt like I was going to be backtracking or something like that. So it's easy to look at that loot and think, oh, that's weak loot, but it's not exactly the primary loot unless you play it that way. You're also picking up stuff into your inventory normally when you're doing charts too. I won't comment too much on the overall loot from charts as it's being iterated on a lot, and that's, you know, one of those balanced things that they tune right up until the last moment potentially. But there were like a mixture of chests that give specific categories. Like there was chests that dropped tons of rare boots or jewelry. There was ones that would drop wands and bows and other ones for melee weapons and chests, etc. All that sort of stuff you'd expect. There was also unique versions of those too, so you'd get specific unique types from certain chests. And, you know, of course, some currency chests and things like that. And then some special extra things that you could find here and there that are unique to the mechanic, including something that gives you, or various things that give you the ducats or ducats ducats, I think
Ducats.
it is. Those are to give you the special crafts with the crafting system. Also, potentially, and we'll see how if the balance for this changes, tons of XP from this mechanic. There's lots of monsters in charts, especially later on. And the way I ended up leveling after a while was just to power level and gear in some charts, or a voyage, which we'll talk about later, towards the end of an act or so, because, you know, then you'd have about 10 charts or something ready to go. And then I would just blast an entire act's worth of campaign zones quickly before going back with some more charts to repeat the process. I will say this is definitely going to be one of those league mechanics where you can just do a little bit of it to boost yourself, to get a bit of a taste of how it works as you're leveling, and then return to it at endgame if you want. It would be pretty easy to double or triple your campaign time if you got, you know, particularly excited by this mechanic as you're progressing. You get plenty of access to it. But in general, I don't think you should feel like you need to do every chart that you find. And certainly, I recommend saving them up to do in batches.
I'm gonna
rather
get
than
so
doing them
fucked by
one at a
having
time.
to
Otherwise, you're
cancel
going to be
both
leaving
games
every
I play
zone to
now.
do a chart, and it's much nicer to do like 10 of them at once. There's a good gameplay flow to that. The process to like repeat and chain them is really smooth and fast. There's also a pretty generous level boost on lower level charts used in the later voyages. Kind of the same way how things like the temple work, where it takes like the minimum level and boosts it all the way up to the maximum level within a certain range, that sort of thing. So unless it's like several acts out of date, that chart, most of the time you'll be able to use them in a voyage later with no problems. Overall, it is a bit like Delve or Temple in that way, but it's much more accessible and quite a bit juicier than those mechanics are in the campaign. To actually get those charts, you get them in regular content. In every zone, you can find at least one chart through these mini league encounters. I think they said maybe there'd be like 1.2 on average per zone, so occasionally you'll get a second one.
Somebody had
There's
AP
3 different types
Rise.
of these little encounters in zones.
Oh, somebody added
These
AP
Curse of the Flame
Rise
encounters,
in
I
Twitch
guess.
chat when he
They
is
each do something
offline, and then
special
in
as
Discord
well.
again.
Several things special. The Brine Rot
What?
Ambush Chest gives you a buff that gives you extra gold drops. Not too exciting, but I did notice the chest would quite often drop me some decent loot and currency. The coral thingy that you
What's
can
an
click on
AP?
gives you a buff that makes extra crabs
It
spawn
is
for you to kill on rare and boss
the
kills.
anime
You don't really notice this too much, but I can see this being a really nice one at endgame because, you know, it's going to
Peak Ayaya
synergize
gamer.
with Beyond and pack boosting and on kill effects and stuff like that. And there's also a Cursed Chest, my favorite. It possesses you with a tormented spirit after you open it. And that one can be really fun as it's like a perma shrine for the rest of the zone. All of these buffs last for the rest of the zone too. These things also come with some extra monster kills too. The Coral always has a few rares around it, for example, but in
I'm a
general they
long-time
seem to
mod
drop a
because
fair
I
bit
used
of
to play
stuff. And
Spark
one
a
of
lot.
them, I think maybe the Cursed Chest would drop weird items that broke the rules. Maybe they all have stuff like this, but I couldn't quite tell what it was, just from my limited experience. But for example, the Cursed Chest I think were giving me 6-socketed items at really low levels, and I think I got maybe
really
2
strong.
good 5 links from those chests. So I think there's some, you know, kind of little subtle things going on there that maybe they can do special things to loot. That sort of thing is fun. I quite like it.
That's pretty good.
Anyway, I'll get back to Curse of the All-Flame and the Voyage
Nowadays,
mechanic
I
a
just
bit
meme on
later.
PoE 2
But
players
first,
on
let's talk about my
Discord.
Luminary experience.
Whoa,
The early
okay,
hand
right.
casting leveling experience was quite smooth overall. Between the buffs to the spells, the quality bonuses, the easy socketing, and the plentiful loot from the League mechanic, I was cruising. It's not exactly like the Path of Exile 1 campaign is very easy these days, but I didn't feel like punished at all for, you know, not going with an established leveling strategy and experimenting and messing around. I made a concerted effort this time to not overlevel and skip a fair bit of stuff when I was running through zones. It's been a trend for Path of Exile 1 for a while now. I think that you kind of need to take this approach or you'll get very overleveled from League mechanics. I intentionally tried to not make myself too OP for
Locks,
Labyrinth
good
as
night.
my first my first mercenary test.
Hope you have a
And
good
after
sleep,
an
Dennis.
uneventful
Thanks
Labyrinth,
for
I
hanging out.
did get the new Ascendancy, and you only have one
Thanks for
choice
hanging out, dude.
from Normal Lab, Noble Blood, of course, which lets you
See
permanently
later.
hire a mercenary. Now, it obviously doesn't do anything for a minute, but GGG
GG's.
added some
Sleep well.
scripted guaranteed mercenary spawns in the campaign, and the first is in the Scepter of God. Most people tend to ascend right before Scepter of God, and that's a good idea here too. I do recommend that approach. So grab that final trial in the gardens, make sure you have the waypoint for that zone, and then just go ascend right then and there.
What do you guys think with the change of not having to go to the Scepter of God and unlock Scion that way? Part of me feels sad that that's the case, but you know, I understand why they did it. No more rescuing a hot blonde chick. That egg. Huge.
Yeah. I have no idea if it's always the same mercenary for these scripted encounters.
I literally do not give a single fuck. That's pretty based.
chests? I'd expect probably not, but mine did spawn right next to the door too. I don't know if that's just lucky or by design. Hopefully by design, because that zone's massive. My starter merc was a very basic Ripper mercenary. Pretty much one of the weakest possible mercs I could get to start with early on here. But even then, it's still a Vitality Aura and a guy that fights things for you. If you didn't play Mercenary League, you hire by pressing the hire button and then beating them in a duel. And do beware as you progress. Some of them, like Reap, I think the Chaos Damage Over Time ones, the Arc Mercenaries I remember, can be pretty deadly. I did get bopped by 1 or 2 of them in the campaign. But many of the mercenaries like this guy are pretty easy. Now, with the new redesign re-implementing mercenaries, most people, when they defeat this mercenary, will just hire them for that zone. They will go fight them for the rest of the zone. Though GGG did mention in the Q&A that they were going to maybe try and make them work for multiple zones in the campaign. That would be very fun if so. But generally speaking, you get them for a short time to fight for you. And when you do get them that way, they are really strong. I'll show you a bit of my dual mercenary zone clearing later on. But the Luminary is, of course, a little different here. You get to keep that mercenary as long as you want, and you can upgrade and change their gear too. Now, a full guide to the mercenary mechanics is way too much for this video, but if you're coming from having played Mercenary League in the past, the biggest difference here is that the Luminary has to get points on their tree to enable the use of uniques in certain slots, and importantly, unique chests, being particularly problematic with Doriani's prototype, are not available. You cannot have those on mercenaries at all. But even without the unique chest, there is a lot of fun stuff you can do with mercenaries, both with unique items and with rares too. They can be strong enough to clear and boss for you, and some people will build support characters to support their mercs, a valid playstyle. And there is just an endless combination of support and utility effects you can build them for instead if you want them to support you. Personally, I love mercenaries, wicked mechanic, and I think the Luminary is one of the most flexible and interesting ascendancies in this game. No other ascendancy can be upgraded and customized with gear like this, right? It's easy to think of it as like, oh, because we had Mercenary League, right? Like, I can't help but think that a lot of people just see mercs as a nerfed version from that one league where we all had them and could equip them with all the uniques for free, right?
It is a nerf.
But they're not really nerfed as I see it. We were never going to get them in that way again, after all. I mean, for the best, it would be pretty bad if every single league we were basically expected to make a Doriani's prototype mercenary or suffer not having triple damage, right? It'd be bad for the game long term to always force them on everyone. But this way with the Luminary is very cool. I see it as mercs buffed from not existing as a build mechanic to all of a sudden becoming an incredibly flexible and powerful new archetype that spans potentially like every playstyle in the game. There's a billion ways you can build Luminary. Yeah, super cool. Anyway, I digress. Back to my leveling experience. The first merc was pretty terrible, but I think even like that is pretty comparable in power to some Ascendancy's first 2 pointers, right? Like it's only, that's 2 passives, and that's still a pretty good thing. You know, you get like an aura and a utility skill damage. And like kill some stuff. That's pretty good. That's before you even start to consider what you might do with gear. But the good news is the mercenaries seem to be relatively common. I counted maybe one every few zones, and that was with skipping over stuff and not exactly exploring or anything. Just a few zones later, for example, I found a Shock Ambusher, which was a very good fit for my build, and a huge upgrade with Conductivity and Zealotry, along with Vile Lightning Trap for Shocked Ground. Once you get a mercenary like this for your character, it's definitely a lot more power and utility than any other Ascendancy gets for 2 points, I think. It's almost a shame that I didn't really get to actually use this guy for very long, because I had them for like a minute, and then I found an absolutely incredible mercenary. An infamous kineticist. The infamous mercs are upgraded rarer mercs with extra effects, and typically very good starting gear. And the kineticist is just really good. They are able to equip any and all gear, having all of the attributes. And they can have some pretty good skills, and the wonder skills they can get. Not less these ones, but some of the other ones in particular can be like really good for clear speed. But even with this kind of suboptimal skill set, she's still cleared faster than me at times with Kinetic Rain, especially as I did upgrade her gear. Now, some slightly sad news here. I think this was confirmed in FAQ already, but if you missed it, you may have noticed that this mercenary, the Kineticist, came with some unique boots pre-equipped. You know, that's mostly so you can choose that as loot for the duel instead of hiring if you want. You're like, oh, I want those. You duel them, and then you take the boots if you win. But the bad news here is that pre-equipped uniques don't work after hiring them, unless on the Luminary you have the requisite Luminary passive to enable them, right? You can't break the rules by finding a pre-equipped unique. It just goes red and stops working. I know that makes sense, but, you know, I'd kind of hoped that it could.
Warframe
It would have
time, all
been
good.
crazy OP for sure. And
Bye-bye.
they probably would have had to make sure, like,
Have a
Doriani's
good
prototype
time.
couldn't spawn on them and whatnot. But it'd have been a really cool long-term thing to hunt
Hope
down
you get
across the
all of
league.
the loot.
I don't know. I hope they maybe reconsidered this at some point, if they could find a way to balance it a bit better. Obviously, it didn't really matter here for goldworms. Who cares? They don't really do much for
Best
the merc.
goes,
And I
I'm
quickly
going
forgot
to-
about it when I saw the
Oh.
Kinetis just murdering everything while giving me haste. Amazing. I ended up using this mercenary for the rest of my run. I had my own little Scion duo team. It was quite cool. I did see some folks asking if the mercs would die or whatnot. I didn't do much except throw some random gear on them, and they never once died during my campaign run. When I
Two
tested in
mercs.
an ultimatum to try and get them killed, I died long before them. I'm sure they can die just like before if you neglect their resists a lot, or or if you don't get any recovery and they just get chipped down over time, for example. But it didn't really seem to be a problem in the campaign from what I could tell, especially if you upgrade their gear. So back to Curse of the Oriflame, let's talk about the Voyages, the second part of this league mechanic. Charts were those little mini-maps we explored by spamming lanterns, right? Well, after you run those, they actually get automatically transferred to a special stash for charted charts, which you can then use for the Voyages. And yes, there is actually a stash you can put in your hideout and everything and set up with affinities for the charts too, and that's become a standard for new league mechanics now. So the Voyages are the temple to incursions, or the grand heist to heists contracts. You know, you get the idea. It's the bigger version that combines them. You take your choice of 9 charts and then throw them together on this board and then run a giant, huge map filled with like 800 or so treasure locations and 1,000 monsters. I'm only slightly exaggerating here. It's quite massive. I ended up doing about 1 voyage an act, which was probably, no, definitely overkill, but it was fun and rewarding. It's just such a huge zone with so much stuff in it that it's just way more than you need to juice your character each act. Even if they, you know, presumably balance it down a little bit better. Much more juice than you need for the campaign, for sure. Each chart has its own modifiers that boost its rewards, and then it's also got these adjacent or voyage modifiers. The adjacent bonuses do things like put strong boxes, loot bonuses, or extra monsters in, well, the adjacent charts on the board, right? That's why it's called that. And the voyage modifiers give other bonuses. I don't know how else to describe it than that. On top of that, the borders of the voyage also have these random bonuses that can apply to charts placed alongside them. These border modifiers can also be re-rolled by spending Dead Man's Sulfur. That's the League's crafting juice that you just collect passively as you play it. And I'll say you don't really need to worry about the interplay of all of these modifiers in the campaign, but they can occasionally be pretty fun and juicy, and I can definitely see where the juicing potential lies for this in the endgame. For example, there are border modifiers that multiply the effects of the chart modifiers, and then adjacent modifiers can play into that too, stacking and, you know, interacting with each other. Like, for example, boosting rare monsters, adding more rare packs, scaling that amount up, and then adding drops to rare monsters, for example, that sort of thing. It looks promising. I think the biggest downside of this pretty interesting and potentially powerful system is that by the nature of how it's constructed and the complexity they're trying to achieve here, the depth they're trying to achieve, it's pretty hard to actually just read what all your charts are doing and where to place things for optimum results, right? Like, how do you even communicate that? I can't imagine the design problem they've had to try and figure out to try and make this at least somewhat understandable. The info is all there in-game, but by its nature, you can't really see all the effects at once, right? It's not like a normal map where all the things are just listed there. They're all positional, right? They're all based on where the chart is and how it interacts with its neighbors, etc. So I think a real skill to this mechanic for the, you know, people that really want to hyper-optimize it will be able to just hold a bit of a mind map, a mind palace of the mental picture of where everything is in the voyage that you're constructing. The connecting line system is mostly pretty straightforward, nothing stressful there at all. You need to connect the lines to be able to get to locations, as you cannot have a lined dead end into another chart. The borders are fine, you can dead end into those though. Basically, you just have to draw a legal line. I'm sure most of you understand sort of basic tile placement rules from these sorts of things. This layout is the layout of the map that you run, but generally it's pretty open, so it doesn't really matter too much. Occasionally, the worst thing you might do is create like a longer dead end, maybe. What can matter though is that there are modifiers that do things like giving stacking bonuses per the number of connections that a chart has. Or, for example, even more bonuses for fewer connections. So there's some extra juice potential to build around when optimizing the layouts in some cases. Okay, so enough about the planning. How do the voyages actually work? Your objective here is a little bit different to the charts. You don't really have to do anything in particular. You just here to kill monsters and get loot. Use the lanterns to explore the 9 connected chart areas in that giant map, using the lantern arrows to track down loot the same way you did before in the charts, and you get a ton of lanterns this time, and you can even find more as you go. Also, the starting amount upgrades over time as you find certain quest items that you deliver to the ship. Whenever you get too much loot, which, you know, can potentially happen here, you toss it into a capsule and send it to the ship and keep fighting. There's no portaling to stash. Awesome. Love that sort of thing. Because the voyage area is huge, you'll want to peek at the map occasionally to try and head towards areas that you think you haven't explored. You can kind of just run through the middle of each chart area and use the arrows to track down and get most of the loot. Or you could indeed be more meticulous and maybe run out of lanterns a bit sooner and not be able to explore every charted area. I'm sure there'll be a variety of strategies that will emerge from this. And it'll likely depend on how you built it. If you know an area is going to be particularly juicy, you can, you know, beeline there and focus on it. Or who knows what else people will figure out with this. In the campaign, I didn't need to think about it too much. I just ran around following the arrows and looting. It was great. Once your lantern count gets low, you want to start getting ready to extract. So this is different to the charts, and also the version I played is substantially different to what's actually going live, as they were still iterating that.
Okay.
But I'll do my best to explain what will likely happen at launch at the end of Voyages, since I've been communicating with GGG about that. So when you place your last lantern, the bubbles don't start collapsing like they do in charts. You're still free to run around and do stuff if you want. What actually triggers the voyage ending sequence is when you call an extraction from a capsule, which are scattered around. There's one in each chart area, roughly in the middle. And there'll also be one back at the starting point when you place your last lantern as well, as a fallback safety thing. Most of the time, you'll just extract from a capsule that you find in your last few lanterns, especially if you're like, oh, I'm down to 10 lanterns. I should probably kind of head towards one of the chart areas that is going to have a capsule that I haven't used. That way you won't really have to do much backtracking.
That capsule is so
rarely did
annoying.
have to backtrack with that style of
Up the
approach.
screen.
So when you call in the extraction on the capsule, then the bubbles start collapsing, and you'll be assaulted by monsters in a little kind of defense sequence as those bubbles collapse. Now, because the bubbles are kind of collapsing slowly and monsters are spawning out everywhere, you can run around in the collapsing bubbles away from the extraction zone to get more kills, or you can just stay by that extraction point and wait for the bathysphere to come down, just defend that little area, and then use it to escape. So you'll be able to kind of get a bit more loot if you want to explore around and take a little bit of a risk there, or not. Play it safe. A key change from the footage that GGG are adding is a lantern to the capsules that ignites when used, so they'll have a guaranteed bubble. This change is because I drowned in the tutorial, by the way. You're welcome.
Oh,
Yep.
he's drowning.
I get some things buffed, not just nerfed. Also, definitely don't judge what the extraction sequence will look like based on this, because this has changed a bunch. The extraction time has been sped up, and there'll be more enemies spawning on the extraction as well than what I tested. So Octavian said that they changed it to just be more short, intense, and active, which should be good. I kind of I was like, oh man, it would be cool if, you know, there was a bunch of rares spawning here and you're kind of like a bit more like, oh, I gotta get out of here, this is too intense. The changes they're making sound really good from the earlier version that I play tested. So once you get back to the ship after your successful extraction, or indeed after your failure, depending, you might lose some stuff if you die. I believe what you're carrying, but anything you extracted
What is the skill he's
will be
using there?
safe.
Yeah,
But once you get back, you can...
I'm pretty sure he's using where was it? We were literally just looking at this. What skill? Stormburst, I believe. Is it Stormburst? Yeah, it should be Stormburst. Stormburst. It looks cool. There's a pretty damn good Stormburst totems build.
Loot anything that comes out from the spiral, just from the little bit of killing at the end, or anything that you sent back via the capsule thing that you can loot from. The capture was recorded
Not
pre-quality
complete
of life
visual
pass 2, by the
cancer.
way. The initial version, you couldn't even control click stuff, which was very painful. But that'll definitely work, and they've added a take all button.
Oh, he's got an Arakali's fang. Oh my god.
And apparently even some kind of stash transfer system. I don't know how that worked, but good stuff. Now, while you can't really test juicing in the campaign, obviously, you know, typically not even all of the mechanics or things that can appear are spawning at that point, I did still do a couple test voyages at level 60-ish. And I ran a level 61 voyage that was kind of a fun example to share with you, where I did try to build the beginnings of a bit of a juicing strategy, so you can kind of see what sort of things might be possible. Anyway, there are these modifiers that give adjacent areas these things called golden lanterns. And by stacking a bunch of those charts with the golden lanterns and scaling up the amounts of them, their effect of their modifiers, I was able to get a voyage that was just jam-packed with these golden lanterns. The golden lanterns give you a pretty solid stacking rarity buff that lasts an entire voyage. So you can see where this is going. By the end of the voyage, I was able to get a pretty large amount of rarity. Now, I didn't really like include a payoff for that in this particular venture, in this test run here.
1,000.
Like, you'd want to add something like a bunch of rare monsters
rarity?
to rarity cull with them, obviously, to actually get a payout from that sort of thing. But it was a pretty fun glimpse into the possibilities, I think, and I enjoyed watching them go up. A side note, there are those special gold text charts, and they often have things like has pillars in it or something, but what that actually means is, you know, there's a bunch of rare starfish on those pillars, so there's like tons of added rare monsters to the map. That sort of thing combined with rarity stacking like this could be kind of interesting. Anyway, hopefully enough to, you know, kind of get you a little bit excited for the things that you might be able to explore, the strategies that might be able to develop out of this. I was a little bit nervous about that one, so I was like messaging Octavian, but he was, you know, again, all this is non-final, so things may... So I was like messaging Octavian, but he was...
Wow. 893% rarity.
You know, again, all this is non-final, so things may be subject to change, but his take on it was that, like, oh, you know, I had to work pretty hard for that, so it's probably fun and interesting thing to leave in some capacity, so, yeah.
It's you. Yes? I'll do what I can to help.
Anyway, just a quick note on the crafting system. The sulfur stuff that you collect fuels the Oriflame crafting on the ship. Ooh. It's going to be very powerful, I think, and I did use it occasionally to craft some key items just to test the system a little bit, but it works exactly how you'd expect. You get multiple copies of the multiple different outcomes from the same crafting input. Wow. So, you know, you use a Chaos Orb and you get 3 results. That's good, right? That's just good. Not much more to say about it. But obviously, this is just much more of an end game thing, right? Like, in the campaign, you just get so much loot and other ways of sorting your gear problems that you just don't really need a crafting system like this. This is much more of an end game activity. That's not to say it'll be a late game crafting system only, though, because I think this new crafting will scale to all crafting project tiers. I could easily see it work very nicely for entry-level crafts, just to make the most of like an essence or fossil craft, for example, to get some nice starter gear cheaply. I saw someone theory crafting like a strategy using vendor recipes to get like +1 gems on a scepter, and then just using this craft to like really just get a really solid item to start with. And it's obviously going to work very well for mid-budget and high-end stuff as well. There's just not much to say about it for the campaign, though, so that's why I haven't really like talked about it or demonstrated it much more, because you know how it's going to work. Anyway, my final thoughts. By its very nature, Curse of the Oriflame will be divisive because it's a larger out-of-map mechanic that's a bit complicated. And, in my opinion, that's a good thing. This is the secret sauce of Path of Exile, this sort of thing. The worst thing they could do is make something safe, tepid, and boring. It's better to have some players not like the mechanic or even outright hate it, but take some risks in its design to make a mechanic that some people will fall madly in love with, you know? People just delve every league. I don't understand them, but people do that and they love their lives. The fact that the game has that and potentially gets another one of those things is good in my book. Mercenaries are fun as a temporary zone boost system. It's a neat little addition, and dueling them for wagered loot is, I think, just like a nice loot mechanic that's a bit different to everything else. Even if they do one-shot you on occasion. Hopefully they balance tune a few of those things. Luminary, though, with the hiring of mercenaries permanently, is the best thing since sliced bread. I'm bullish on this ascendancy as a design choice for the game. It's wicked fun. If you missed Mercenary League, just give it a go, like play a Luminary, right? Because gearing them and coming up with a build that incorporates your character and your mercenary, it's like making a character that's like 1.5 characters, maybe even better than that, I don't know. It's very cool. The socket changes and spell leveling were smooth as butter. Even though I literally YOLO'd my build the whole way through the campaign, it was fun and smooth. Anyway, folks, I hope you enjoyed this little preview. Feel free to ask questions.
That's pretty good.
If the mechanics or anything are unclear, and I'll answer you if I can. I don't know everything. I only played, one playthrough, a few hours there. But I'm excited to talk about it. That's it for now. I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching.
Oh shit, did Rue finish his build? Let's see. Oh no! He doesn't have his build out. Right. This is good though. Man, there's so many good builds to play. I wonder, what's Ziz's idea on this? Oh no. What the fuck? DoorDash driver named Carmel? What if they
Hi,
they got a
Zizrin
stripper on the
here
way to my
with
house right
my
now?
league starter for 329, and this is a
Very
risky
hot.
one. This is a Scion Luminary, the new Ascendancy coming in 329, and this is built up entirely around playing support for a mercenary. There is a lot of unknowns, and normally I would have like a backup for what
Welcome
to pivot
back.
into. I don't necessarily recommend that you try this. This is only for the very brave. The backup here is go play something else. Go reroll something else. I would just, personally, I would just instantly boot up an Earth Shatter character. Now, I will say, I will be shocked if throughout the entire league we don't find functional Luminary builds. The main question mark here is early. So this might be like,
back,
I'm
they had other
actually
shit to
struggling
do,
so
so I'm back
hard. I
here
need to make an
instead.
Earth Shatter first and come back
Welcome
to this
back.
later. And this should have been my second build. Is the most likely scenario here. I just like making a lot of warnings early because I don't want to waste your time. So I do have a lot of surefire starters on my YouTube, like Earthshatter. You're guaranteed to have a good time. I am playing this myself.
I say
and I do
DoorDash,
hope that I'll be able
and they
to
gave
find
me a
any
Grubhub
solutions.
commercial.
And another cool thing is I'm also going to pair this up
They
with
know how
Steel
to
Mage's
how to
Winter Orb.
advertise.
So he's going to be playing Winter Orb, most likely. I'm going to have a mercenary. Now, the good part about having a
Good
mercenary is I effectively
God.
get to play a support for not just my mercenary, but also Steel Mage. That means when Steel
Big
goes to
titty
bed,
goth girlfriends.
I will be able to keep playing with my merc.
Ah,
Now,
fuck, I'm
in this
subbed.
PoE,
Uh-oh.
we're going to have a pure merc support for if you don't
Good
have an
day.
Australian
Hey,
Steel
Jubilee.
Mage, or we're also
How
going
up?
to have a hybrid support
How
slash merc
are you
setup, which is
doing?
built for playing with your friend. Always wanted to do is
Hope
sort of
you're
like
doing well.
duo guide, and this is going to be the closest I've gotten to that, so I'm pretty excited about it. Now, this is going to be built up around the kineticist, and obviously I can't show the footage from playing this because I don't currently have one, but as you can see here is some old footage from Mercenary League where I had a
good.
kineticist.
Joining the
I
private
had
league this
so
time.
much fun playing
Thanks
and
to
leveling with
Londe
this.
slash Penny.
So
Hell
there
yeah.
are loads of
Let's
different
go.
wand moves, and
Hope you have
getting a
fun in the private
kineticist
league.
or getting a mercenary during
Let's
the campaign
go,
should be
dude.
pretty easy. They've said that there are guaranteed merc zones that don't have loot, so they're made for you to like refresh them over and over again and get yourself the merc that you want.
Guaranteed.
Hopefully that'll be okay. So I am planning to switch pretty much as soon as I ascend and can hire a mercenary. So I'm going to ascend, go to Scepter of God, get myself a mercenary. Hopefully it's not just going to give me like only a melee one. Hopefully I can get a wonder there. But we'll figure that out quickly. Definitely a scary starter, but Neon,
Oh god.
Mark, one of the lead game developers, he loves playing aura supports. I just have a really hard time seeing this being trash. I'm going all in on this as my starter. So part of this ascendancy
Oh,
is we're
God.
basically going to
What
be
are your thoughts on the
stacking
new league?
life
Enjoying the
and
changes?
light
I do
radius,
enjoy
and this is going to
enjoy
give
the
shit tons of damage
changes.
through our flame link,
It's gonna be pretty
specifically
good.
through to the mercenary. This light radius stacking will
Hopefully.
not work for flame link buffing your ally, so steel mage
Okay,
won't get
here.
the light
Let's just
radius
put this
buff
out of the way.
from the
I'm sad that
ascendancy,
there's no buffs for
but it should
impending
be like
doom.
quite a lot extra damage.
There's like fucking
a
zero
really
changes.
cool thing about the luminary as well that I really want to
Sand
point out,
egg.
they have changed so that luminary does not die when your
But
mercenary
aside
does.
from
This
that,
actually killed me in hardcore during
There's
mercenary
just
League,
so many
but the
so
luminary
many builds
does not die when your mercenary
that I
does. So
want to
if your
play.
mercenary dies, you
And as
can
for the league
escape.
mechanic,
This part is only unlocked at Crow Lab. So a thing that could be
Boat
scary
Delve
here is what if they made the mercenaries a lot
or
squishier?
temple,
You instantly
it's
link
pretty
to
good.
one, it dies from a dot.
Hopefully,
it's
the
over.
new hopefully it's
So
like
I
actually
said,
good
there's a
though.
lot of unknowns
I'm
here. I'm
worried
pretty
about
excited about that
our
myself.
Scarab
We'll see how it goes. Now,
Scarab
we are
sustain
using Path of Building
in
for
private
this,
league,
but
but
Illuminary
we'll see.
is not
We'll see how
in
we get
PoE.
Scarabs.
That's something we're going to have to update later. We do have the Ascendancy order in the notes here. The fourth one is going to depend a little bit on your gear. Obviously, a lot more freedoms there when you're trade league.
It would be
But
nice if
getting
we could
abilities
understand
and race and stuff
anything.
should be able to be really, really cool, especially with Untouched Soul. If they haven't changed Untouched Soul, getting a bunch of white sockets should
You're a
be
delve kind of
incredibly
woman.
easy now.
I love
I
how we
don't
have
know
a
if there's
boat
anything I
delve.
can do to adequately prepare you mentally
The
for
new crafting system for
horrible, horrible
the
start of
new
this build. You are
Ascendancy looks pretty
basically
fucking good.
doing Sunder. You are going
Keep
to
talking with Ziz at the same
rely on the
time.
fact
Thank
that
you,
you
thank you,
know
thank
how
you.
to make your weapon.
I will.
Early on, you really want to try to get a okay axe. I would definitely recommend using some of your gold early to gamble, because Scion is traditionally very weak early. As you can see, she has like no damage early. So you're really, really going to feel very weak in the start. Sunder is particularly strong. And with Intimidating Cry, you should have quite a lot of damage. But I like setting a proper expectation so people aren't expecting to be one-shotting everything and doing a 3-second vial, and instead taking maybe a minute to kill the boss. I think setting expectations is very important. Now, we have created a safe detour to continue.
You listen to 5, it's skill issue? What the fuck? Have a spider?
You playing Sunder. This will be safe, but obviously it's still a Scion on Sunder, but at this point you start getting some damage nodes. You just don't get any power from your Ascendancy, other than, you know, you can hire a mercenary and maybe it'll buff you. I am going to instantly switch at level 34. That is when you get Flame Link. Hopefully it'll just pop off, and hopefully I'll find a good mercenary early. So we'll see how that works. Those are the 2 routes there. And then we have a lot of different setups here at the end, whether you want to be hybrid merc support, or if you're playing solo, a pure merc support. So it depends if you want to play with your friends or be solo. Now, do remember, if you are playing hardcore and you're a hybrid and you link to your friends and your friend dies, even if you have the Ascendancy, you will die if your friend dies and you're linked to them. So very, very scary on hardcore. But yeah, it is very powerful too. Now, a cool thing about this build, you do get heaps of
gotta
life.
have
So you
5
can see,
years,
even in
man.
the mid-game of the hybrid one, I have 9k life, so I get pretty good LE and chaos.
1 year
As you can
per
see, we
people
don't
is
have
the
a ton
rule.
of fizz mitigation, and we are using Enduring Cry. We'll have endurance charges and 9k life, but that is pretty much all of the fizz mitigation we have. So you do not want to be tanking any Shaper Slams or anything like that. Should still be relatively tanky. Block chance
Where
is
does
at
one stack all the
68.
mirrors,
That's why the
though?
effective hit pool looks so high. It's not really an important number. All effective hit pool tells you is like, what are your mapping
That's a good
defenses
question.
like? So
They
early
all
on,
have
this
to
should be
face
really
someone.
good. And then for the pure merc support, you do get tankier, especially in the end game. Both of them do get tankier in the end game with decent gear. The way this is going to look playstyle wise, we are basically going to link to our targets. That should never
I've
break.
heard about the third eye,
It has
but not the
infinite
5th
duration.
ear.
And we are actually going to be casting Storm
It's a
Blast
higher
here.
level of
And
cultivation.
we are going to have to do our work price, like for example, Enduring Cry, etc. But the way Stormblast Mine works.
I want to play Where Winds Meet. Oh shit. Do it. Wait, are fists out right now? Are fists out already? You've not reached that level yet. Just gotta cultivate harder. In a day or 2. Oh god damn it. Is it coming on like fucking PoE release date? That egg.
If you read the bottom
Why
text
is
there,
everything
each line
timed
applies
terribly?
a 4% increased damage taken to enemies near it up to a maximum of 150. And with this, you're basically getting 15, and you can get 60% more damage taken. And this will like affect our friends and our mercenary. So it is a very, very impactful damage buff. I use this a lot on minions and anything where I just have a lot of downtime and I'm not doing anything. I just throw them down next to the target. You do not need to detonate these at any point. You keep them at level 1. They do no damage themselves. It is simply the aura around them. Here, let's look at a little bit of gear examples for our mercenary. Soul Thirst, depending a little bit on how functionality works here, but Soul Thirst should be really good because we're using Cincture to make flasks affect it. Then it should just have tons and tons of Soul Eater. Should be very nice.
That could be good.
Mostly rare items, as you can see. We have a Lycosidea for your hits can't be evaded, and a Piscator's Vigil. This is like early game gear, and it should be especially easy to get in trade. Now, if you look at the end game version here, we have gone for a Soul Thirst with Enmity's Embrace, and then here we don't have that amulet. We're actually getting 146 pen here, but obviously now we have a Soul Thirst and an Enmity, so we get Soul Eater. This should be a really good setup, but obviously a lot of this is going to be fairly experimental. There are a lot of cool things you can do on a mercenary, and a lot of other streamers are going to play similar builds as well, like Lance and Ostrix. So definitely recommend like shopping around. I'm definitely going to be doing that myself and see if there's any smart technology I can steal from other people playing this.
Steal it.
So definitely keep an eye out for anything you see that's smart. Now, if you get a surplus of Enmity's Embrace, this is a really good target for the Volatile Valorb, because you can make the reduced fire resist lower so that it's easy to get, or easier to get 200 pen. Another thing, we do have Spectres in the build. Early on, you're just going to do Frenzy Spectre here, and that'll give Frenzies to your friend, if you're playing with one, but also to your minion, your mercenary. Now, later on, we could do a Perfect Forest Warrior. Other than that, you could also run like the Spectre.
Whenever you say that, all I hear is the Simon OST.
Reduction. Like there's some option with Ritual Spectres here, depending on what you find. So Perfect Forest Warrior is probably what I would run. Frenzy, obviously, you could run one of each, but I would make sure that you are leveling a Spectre gem. Bandits for this build is kill all of them. Major God is going to be Soul of Lunaris. Minor God is going to be Ralakesh. Now, make sure you look at the notes. And feel free to tune into my stream. I am going to be playing this, and I'm going to try to keep track on what other people are doing, what people in chat are doing, and we'll try to work on this with everybody, like crowdsourcing info. We'll all be like talking to each other, the people that are playing it, and we'll try to make sure this will work. As I said, my own backup option, if this is absolutely unplayable, you could go Reliquarian or something like that. I'm most likely going to instantly reroll it or Shatter build, because that is like a 4 or 5 hour run to tier 16s for me, and then I can just farm whatever I need and make it work later. But I am really, really hoping to make this work as my starter. I'll have my Steel Mage and my Mercenary, and it should be an absolute banger. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do.
Pretty good. Another build to add to the Discord. So many builds, I don't know what to pick. Same. There's just too much good shit. I think, though, I am... Oh, no. Uh-oh. Winter Orb in shambles. Fub Gunners. He's gooning. God, look at that AoE. What the fuck? Stop giving into the meta. Play whatever you enjoy. Game is easy though.
So I want to make a video going over my full Winter Orb build guide for 3.29.
What the? He's using that?
Elemental / Occultist League Starter. So this guide will go over everything but the level portion.
What is his POV? See, if Fishy can do any content with Impending Doom, so can you. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, okay, that's pretty good actually. Mystic Refractor is going to be so wanted. Damn. You know what? Do I just start as Bannerman? We Bannerman with the boys. Give them giga movement speed. We go fast as fuck in lab. and heist? Or do we play Pathfinder so we can swap into Poison Impending Doom later? Surely it'll be good, right? We went from bitrate to yeah, true. That's exactly what we're gonna be doing. Hmm. Let's see how big he gets. Fitting song choice. Oh. That's a lot of damage. Ooh. His supreme ostentation is insane. Bro, stop him. What is this? Oh my god. Whoa. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Oh. Yeah, Winter Orb looks pretty fucking strong. Do we go Winter Orb? Fuck. Ah. There's so much to do. Oh. Cyclone Slayer starter guide? Uh-oh. What is this? Wait, what the fuck? Bone Shatter? So, internet dying? Corbin has been posting Cyclone for 2 to 3 leagues now. It's basically Sanovix's POB, but a lot less defenses. Really? Damn. So Sanovix is just better. I credited him, so we good. What is this buffering speed? What the hell? Oh, he's bone zoning. Stream is fine? Oh, okay, so it must be the video. Probably YouTube itself shitting. Damn, bone zone is too strong. Wow. Look at this. Complex drama. Hmm. Anything else? Currency tier list? What? Oh, the best farms, okay. Bollock. Is trust? Wait, you're saying it's good?
Today I'm going to be going over my updated PoE 1 tier list for the new league, with my predictions on where the meta will roughly land in 3.29. For anybody who does not know, this tier list is something that I maintain in both PoE 1 and PoE 2, with the goal of it being a resource that provides everything that you need to know about the endgame farming.
His Google Doc
meta.
is big. Yeah. I saw this Google Doc before.
Page, it will take you to that strategy's.
You know what? We do need this. Because we do need fucking scarab farming.
With all the
oh god, we're gonna have
resources needed to run it, all the scarabs, maps, chisels, orbs, you know, which altar to use, which astrolabe to use, and it will have a video, an atlas tree, a macro guide, and a filter after the league is launched. I don't have them linked yet because filter information isn't out, but it will have an endgame filter to go with it, and then, you know, tips, instructions on how to run the strategy, the most important things to know, and difficulty and investment at the top right. Essentially,
just put some work
everything
into
that
this
you need
shit.
to know to run the strat. This tier list as of right now is a lot of guesswork based on my experience with the game. A lot of the farms, they were nerfed, and a lot of them were changed or removed entirely to the point where the meta is going to be completely different this league. Do not get too caught up in where each strategy is placed. The main point of this tier list is a hub and a resource for running every strategy. That is S-tier the main goal. Harvest. If you appreciate it though,
I agree.
Consider subscribing. This will be linked in the description below. And I guess I'll start by talking about my predictions on the endgame farming meta this league. If you look at this tier list, you'll see a lot of down arrows signifying nerfs and about 6 farms in the dead part of the tier list, and realistically it is a lot more than 6 because I've bundled a lot of Mirage farms in one line right here. With 3.29 we lost every Mirage specific farm. We lost ambush, scarab farming, you know, beyond daily boss rushing, Mirage map farming, black barrier farming, high-end incubator farming, high-end catalyst farming, empowered essence farming, and so on, whilst also getting heavy nerfs to breach, which was the #1 farm. If you go further back than last league, just since 3.26 alone in the span of 3 updates, we've also lost Evolving Alva, Magic, Blight, Abyss Hordes, Beyond Harbinger, and, you know, 5 times risk farming, and so on. What I'm saying is the majority of aspirational farms right now have been removed or nerfed, and we no longer have an existing farm that stands out. The ceiling of endgame farming, it is the lowest it has been in a while, but I do think the floor is decently higher than it's been in the past, so, you know, maybe that makes up for it a bit. It definitely doesn't. I know a lot of people, they're predicting a poverty league. I don't think it will be a complete poverty league. 3.27 was. I don't think it will get that bad, but I do think endgame is going to look fairly different in comparison to previous leagues, and it's going to feel, you know, worse than the last league. When it comes to Scarab sustain specifically, which I know is a hot topic, losing ambush, it hurts really bad. However, ethereal all
ambush, it's gonna be sad.
Flames are now dropped from the league mechanic itself instead of betrayal. And it's a safe bet to say that more people will run the league mechanic than the amount of people that ran Betrayal in past leagues. So
you just need a single drop from it and you're set for the week.
All flames will...
Wait, what do you need?
...hopefully hit the market. Is a higher amount of ethereal all flames going to make up for the loss of scarabs
from
ambush? Probably not. It depends on how many more all flames are generated this league. But ambush generated so many scarabs last league that nothing will make up for it really. So I do think scarabs, they're going to be more expensive this league for sure, but I don't think it will be bad as everybody is making out. I do think Legion will generate quite a few scarabs, with it likely being a popular strategy. I don't have faith in the Nemesis scarab farm down here being that good for Scarab generation. It might bounce back this league, but I think it was only ever good because of the severe poverty situation in
We're
3.27.
gonna have to really farm Legion for this league. We're gonna have to make some blasters. Fuck.
And it's been significantly nerfed since then. And I think these two mechanics right here, the Curse of the All Flame and the Abyss mechanic, will generate.
Oh god, I'm just thinking. I wonder if we really should make Winter Orb just because it's actually a fucking blaster. And has good single target damage too. Shit.
A lot of resources too, whether those are Scarabs or raw loot or anything else, we'll see. But I do think those have potential to bring a lot of resources into the game, which I guess brings me into talking about this tier list now. So I guess we'll start with these two in S tier. The league mechanic has the potential to be completely centralizing in my opinion. I already mentioned that it drops all flames now, which means no matter what, it will be incredibly relevant for supplying Scarabs and gold for the league through those all flames. But in general, after looking at the gameplay and the trailers, it does seem like it has the highest ceiling out of any strategy in the game currently. And with the Voyages having the ability to stack multiple modifiers like, 75% more Scarabs, 100% more rare monsters, Wildwood Wisps, those are just some of the ones that we saw. It might get a bit insane. I'm hoping it's not a PoE 2 tempo situation. It could be though. I mean, they added a way to send loot back from your inventory to collect it later, so they're clearly preparing.
Okay, I have to say this. His voice is really nice. I like his accent. God damn.
For scenarios where you're picking up multiple inventories worth of loot in a single voyage. Hopefully it doesn't get too crazy, but it might. It does seem like there will be a lot of RNG with this mechanic. The charts don't get unveiled until you've ran them. So we will have to see it play out. But I do believe the ceiling is pretty high regardless, which is why I've got an S tier, and I've not even talked about crafting with it, which adds a whole other.
Just from the Ziggity preview, if you're able to stack that much rarity on kill layout, pretty good. Because in that Ziggity preview, if they keep it, being able to stack 1k rarity seems kind of insane. The only problem though, I don't think you can have rogue exiles down here, can you? Maybe you can, somehow. If you can have rogue exiles down in the fucking league mechanic, then that might be the new way to pump out some uniques. Because the rarity is just so fucking high.
Layer of value. And the best, I've not got a setup for this yet because it's been completely reworked. However, looking at the Scarabs, looking at the Atlas tree and knowing how Abyss functions in PoE 2, there is a chance that this replaces Breach as the primary ground loot farm of the league. Two of the Scarabs are interesting. One adds 2 pits per Scarab used with a maximum of 5 Scarabs, and one adds 100% increased monsters in chasms per soul fed. Who knows how good that's going to be? We kind of have to test that one out, but the extra pits one is definitely going to be good. Combined with nodes on the Atlas tree, you get 100% increased monsters before any map modifier effect. And if you do some generic juicing shenanigans like Bloodlines, Wisps, Risk Scarabs, and then the lightless Astrolabe on top of that, Abyss is probably in a very good position, in my opinion. There's also other farms outside of just juicing for pits and monsters. There's Abyssal Crystals, Abyssal Consorts, and Skitterlocks. I have no idea what those are, but they might be good. There's going to be a lot to unpack with Abyss, and it's going to need a lot of testing to find out what's good or not, but I do think there'll definitely be something in there worth doing. Okay, Eternal Conflict Legion, and this is technically nerfed because of the loss of the high-end incubators from Mirage Empowered Legion, but Legion, it got a rewards rework in its crafting potential for
What is this? Why are the subtitles even there? The subtitles are like just fucking wrong. Why are they there?
Endgame best in slot items. It's higher than any other mechanic, so it's going to be incredibly relevant this league. So both Eternal Conflict Legion and just regular Legion right here should be very good. Eternal Conflict Legion, it should still drop a lot of stacked decks and splinters, even with splinter drop rates nerfed.
That's the
across
translation.
board. And the Legion just in general should drop a decent amount of ground loot, a decent amount of scarabs, since it always has. So in a possible poverty league, that loot will seem a lot better in comparison to previous leagues. Divination card farming. Now the maps that have had the Apothecary and Damnation, they have been removed from rotation.
They fucked Doctor Who up
I've
so
not yet
bad.
seen if they've added those cards back onto other maps. I know there's a Nightmare map that drops the Damnation, so you know that would be pretty funny if mid the league that became the meta, right? Killing Uberlycia for a 1000 divine card.
I did hear they shed on Doctor Who kind of.
To do, but in general, pilfering plenty, div card farming, it will always be super relevant. It's also been buffed with scrying now easier to do. Add nodes on the tree which grant 12% increased divination cards dropped, I believe. So div card farming is definitely one of the few mechanics this league.
Wait a minute. This could be a decent way to get our headhunter. Fuck. But we need something with Giga single target. Like it's dead end. They can't save that shit anymore? Really? It's just that bad? Kind of like Star Trek. Man, Star Trek is so good. Then they just had to shit on it with the new stuff. Feels bad. Only decent way is to wait a day or two for Shadow to drop a couple.
To have direct...
You know what? That's probably true.
Buffs. Early on in the league, you probably want to farm for like Fortunates from Beach, or doctors and patients and nurses from the tower. That might change mid-league when, you know, people find the big ticket item to farm. It usually fluctuates, you know, week by week. Ethereal All-Flame Scarab farming. This will be the best Scarab farm. It will generate the majority of Scarabs in the league. It will be expensive and it might not be widely available. It benefits from the removal of Mirage Ambush, and again I talked about it at the start of the video. Hopefully there's more of these generated this league and the strategy becomes more accessible. Probably not. I wouldn't mind to see All Flames nerfed if it meant upping the drop rate to a point where they become a farm for everybody and not just like 50 people. We'll see how it plays out, but this is going to be super powerful no matter what. Crater over here is the map listed. It probably isn't the best map to run this on, but like every good option with a high mob density has been removed this league, so we'll see what the best map to run this on is. Nightmare boss rushing. It has been S tier since its release. It will continue to be S tier till it is removed, which probably isn't happening anytime soon. It's the only way to get Uber boss fragments. They're the only way to get certain chase uniques. This will always be S tier because of that. One thing to note is quantity does affect Uber fragment drops. Last league, it was theorized that it no longer did, but there seems to be a threshold where you want around 233% in-map quantity. So this setup achieves that, but you can just run Sinistral or Dextral Scarabs and not worry about quant to make it easy. If you know that's what you want, you should definitely do that for your first Nightmare map of the league, you know, to unlock that slot as easily as possible. Shout out to Vascor. I have linked to one of his videos on this.
Nightmare boss rushing. Oh my goodness. I assume Shadow already does this.
Ultimatum, there's not much to say here. It is
he just
pretty
fucking
much unchanged. You farm for your inscribed ultimatums with the goal of hitting the jackpot ones, you know, the multiple divine ones, and you can even get a Mirror of Calandra inscribed ultimatum if you stick with it for long enough. One important thing to know about this is you want to vendor inscribed ultimatums 5 to 1.
Of course he does it. He needs Uber
with the
frags
same
day
tier. You can tell which tier an
0.6.
inscribed ultimatum is
Yeah.
based on the percent more monster life modifier. If it reads 200%, then that is the highest tier it can be, and if you vendor 5 of those, you will get the same tier back, and then, you know, you might roll that mirror, the multiple divines all over again. Shout out to PoE Guy. I have linked to one of his videos.
Oh, the
Corrupted
PoE guy.
Essences. Essence, it will always be a
Wait.
good farm.
Not a miracle? Maybe that's fine.
All stages of the league. It was slightly better last league with the Mirage specific essence being fairly expensive, but losing that doesn't really hurt too much. As usual, just run Scabbard tier 6 and higher maps. You can do tier 16 and, you know, chuck on the Exarch altars for a little bit more loot per map. Corrupt the essences based on the meds acronym: Misery, Envy, Dread and Scorn, or based on if they are purple, and that's pretty much all you need to know. Certain low tier essences can be worth a bit of money due to the combinator craft, so keep that in mind. Shout out to Zen M for the guide. Harvest is interesting. Obviously, crop rotation, it's been dead for a league now, but just normal harvest is, in my
I'm
opinion,
so
the
sad
best
crop
way to
rotation
run
is
it.
dead.
It's
Like,
efficient,
why'd they
and the
kill it?
heights
Why'd
that
they
you can
even
reach with
keep it on the
recruiting
Atlas
astrolabe
tree?
is
It's
pretty crazy. My
completely
friend said he got
gone.
like 50k life force in one map because he rolled like all 4 of the modifiers listed here. I'm going to choose to believe that, but that seems crazy to me. The fruiting astrolabe is definitely the best astrolabe in the game when it comes to how much value it adds to its respective.
This difficulty is incorrect. This
Mechanics
can get
with
rippy as fuck.
the modifiers, so maybe you don't use the synthesized stability keystone, and maybe you actually plan out, you know, which modifier you're taking. It is definitely worth considering. A shout out to Ronery for his video. Gilded All Flame Row is they're the best way to get gold. I think it uses Silo now instead of tier 17 maps in the past. I've not made a sheet for this since it's pretty much
It's correct.
group play, but if you
What
want
the
to
hell?
efficiently get gold,
Just get
provide notice
defenses.
from other players. If you want to farm gold on your own, there's a gold farm listed later on. And last but not least in the S tier, and this might be a controversial one, Unstable Breach. Now, this strategy, it got gutted. They took it out back in the shop.
I got 6 portals.
Right here, I've got listed reduced monster spawned, reduced number of pack spawned, less unstable scarabs to be used per map, 30% less pack size, and less magic monsters.
Yeah.
Now, why do I have it in S tier even after these nerfs? Well, like I mentioned earlier, every strat ceiling is pretty low, so it's not having to compete with very many aspirational farms this league, but also, number 2, the input cost of this strategy in 3.28, they were so high. The map itself, the chisels, the astrolabe, the scarabs, they added up to like 10 divines investment per map at a certain point, and you were still making a lot of currency even then. So in my eyes, if a strategy has that high of an investment and it's nerfed by even like 50%, well, the investment will fall back down. And
I can't unhear unsee Missy's face when he talks now.
From the now lowered investment. Does that make sense? That's where my logic is at for ranking this in S tier. I might be completely wrong about this, but I still think it's going to be good. Just not crazy like last league. Shout out to Fubgun for his video. On to A tier now, Breach Fortress farming. It is something that I made a video on last league. It's a fairly grounded farm that does everything that you would want it to do. A good amount of currency, scarabs, maps, every map, I will say. It's incredibly difficult, so do be warned. And you can get like soft locked out of the encounter if you use a delirium orb. It can spawn like invincible mobs. I don't know if that's been fixed, but I don't think it has. The investment, it should never be that bad, but if it gets popular, the incensed swarm scarab can definitely shoot up at times. The strat, it's the best way to farm blood, and you can make a lot of money from, you know, blood, whether that's hunting for uniques or using it on Foulborn exalted orbs. So it'll always be relevant because of that. But yeah, solid farm covers a lot of ground but doesn't have a crazy ceiling, so, you know, shout out to me for my video. Bossing, I just have this slapped in A tier, but for anybody curious, I did make a template that you can copy and track your loot with for yourself if you would like to. The way that it works, if this will load, is, you know, to pick a boss that you want to run, record your loot. Oh, you dropped a voice storm. He's, you know, not too happy because that's not a great one. Oh, he's happy because That's a
Wait,
really
that's
good
actually
drop
super
and,
good.
you know, party because
Holy
that's the best drop that you
shit.
can get. So yeah, there's that for that. But
What
bosses,
the
there'll always be
hell?
S tier bosses, F tier bosses, so I just chucked it in A tier overall. On
Mr.
to
Voluptuous
beasts, they
Irish
have
voice.
always been pretty
Please tell me
solid,
what's
and
actually
I
good
have
for
sort of a
solo play.
hybrid Savalan and Beasts
Yo, that shit's
hunting
good. Yeah,
setup
it's really
here, since
good.
I do believe
That's
that
a
Savalan
peak
hunting
spreadsheet
is
right
the
there.
best secondary mechanic that you can pair with Beasts. In 3.29, talismans, they have been reworked and they've been added back to Beasts, and certain talismans, they're deterministically tied to certain beasts.
Honestly, Fisk, for solo play, literally everything is good because you have to farm everything if you're solo, like SSFing.
With talismans now being craftable, and that means the player base might
Anything
burn
that's
through them,
possible.
giving, you know, beasts a lot more value depending on if certain talismans are super meta or not. I wouldn't be surprised if when I visited the strat mid league, I've got it set.
Oh, unless you're talking about, I mean, I love Destro play. Oh, okay. Unless you meant like in trade, just solo play and trade.
Into S tier. I'm just not sure on how, you know, the whole
Dead.
talisman situation
It's
is
harvest.
going to work out, so I played it safe with A tier right here. Shout out to Travic. I've
I
linked
got
to a
2
video
trees
of
left.
his.
Harvest.
Alva and
Harvest for
Settlers
sure.
gold farming. It's the best solo gold farm
One will
in
be
the game, in
blue,
my
other will be
opinion.
red.
Look for the bismuth ore, collect any good altars, and then, you know, do the rest of your ores and Alva encounters. There's not much else to it. The sepulcher, how you say it, that map has been removed this league. With that map, you would, you know, run into it and all the mechanics would spawn at the very start, so you could get your bismuth ore. At the very beginning, it was good
Harvest
for
will
this
be blue
and
on the right.
divination card farming, but with it gone, you can't really do that anymore. So just choose, I don't know, Jungle
Wait,
Valley is what I've got listed here. Oh, and shout out to Vertolka for his video.
Do you choose blue for harvest? Wait. I might squeeze in another mechanic. Oh, okay, it is Eater Altars. Never mind. Never mind. You correct.
Stacked deck farming. Not much to say here. It is unchanged. It gets better as the league goes on. It's probably the most popular, you know, strat for casual players in the game. I'm sure
based on
everybody's
Destro
familiar
play,
with
red,
it.
blue,
It'll
then
always
whatever
be high
side
up
I'm
on the
at.
tier list. Shout out to Anime Princess for the video and Milky for the guide. Delirium
Anime
orb
Princess.
farming is buffed because 2 useless delirium orbs, the abyssal and timeless delirium orbs, they have been removed, and some useless ones got removed the league before. So all in all, even though delirium hasn't been buffed in a while, it keeps gaining from the tidying up that GGG is doing.
The red
for
has
other
most beasts and
mechanics.
bug farm
Shout out
stuff.
to Milky
That'll
for
probably be
his guide
my
and his video. Catalyzing
tree.
Ultimatum has kind of massively been affected by the removal of Mirage. Its Mirage variant was so powerful that it made it one of the best farms of the entire league last
Maybe
league.
Heist.
It's still one of the best farms in the game, just a tier below some
Honestly,
of the other ones now.
I think Heist is always like a good always. It's always good to just put it on, at least in private league. I had Heist in literally every single fucking tree I had because it was so good, because we needed so many Heist contracts and shit. My boy Huck's aura is extra XP. Oh. You know what? I don't think I've ever used the Huck. I don't think I've ever used Huck. Heist is always, like, always good. Always. Yes. Always. Always kind of good, always. Because they remove split. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. That's really not good. Yeah. It's even more jackpotty now. What's kind of sad is that they removed the Mirage Heist. The heist blueprints and stuff where you can target specific things on it. So now it's going to be even more random again. Well, back to its original self. So it's going to be terrible. So I guess 3D 3 will be mine, boat, heist again. Going totems and maybe ritual could be doable. They did remove synth items from ritual. I guess you'll be just farming corpses and stuff. Corpses and King of the Mists.
Shout out to eMedical for his video. He's the ultimatum guy if you want to know anything about the specifics of ultimatum farming or a specialized.
Because that's a factor too. Can my build even do that side of the map? The tree. Yeah, I mean, wait, what totem build are you going for? If it's the... Honestly, if it is... Where is it? If it's Stormburst totems. Stormburst totems? Okay. I mean, Stormburst totems should be able to clear basically anything. Yeah, you should be good. Because it has good clear on map. It has good single target damage. Yeah, you should be fine. In my honest and correct opinion.
As to build for it, his cast when it's done. Chieftain, I'm pretty sure he's still doing that. He's 100% worth checking out. Containment strongboxes. Now, people might still expect this to be an S tier, maybe it is, but these were nerfed in 3.28, but the Mirage Scarab farm, it sort of masked the nerfs. With that gone though, I feel like those nerfs, they'll definitely be felt this league. However, similar to Unstable Breach, if the nerfs are really bad and the strategy is bad, it will be reflected in the investment. The investment has been so high in previous leagues that there's room to correct here. So I do think it'll still be good, which is why I've got an A tier shout out to Fubgun and Milky. Kalgurin map farming is a strategy that I cooked up a while ago now, and it stayed relevant ever since, and I think it'll actually be more relevant this league in comparison to the previous one. I've got it as buffed as, even though it's not directly buffed, it is absolutely indirectly buffed by the removal of Mirage maps. Those maps, they were so powerful they made pretty much every other map worth a lot less than usual. The 8 modded, you know, the originator influence maps, those were dirt cheap. And with those maps being gone, any generic map farming strategy like this one is back in the spotlight. This strategy, it requires playing fairly specifically when clearing certain ores, so it's important to know how to run it, and you know, you can read my guide to figure that out. Vesseled Ritual farming. Ritual is had a rewards nerf. Technically catalysts were removed, that doesn't really matter, but its large jackpot item of, you know, plus charge jewelry is gone, which obviously hurts, but let's be honest, you weren't going to find that, and I haven't even ever found that.
So pretty okay? You got that fallen for Slinky randomly in my map through that tree?
So it should still be very good. Shout out to Big Ducks for the video. Cornucopia harvest, it's always going to be relevant. I'd put it a step behind the normal harvest farming. There's not much to say here. It is unchanged, you know, killing the bosses.
Yeah, the
it's
best
painful,
farm
but the life force
game.
drop isn't painful. If the fruiting astrolabe is too expensive, it's not necessary to run that with this strategy, since it benefits less from that astrolabe in comparison to the harvest strategy that I mentioned earlier, so you can always substitute that out for any other astrolabe or just none. A shout outs to Ronery for his video. Destructive
Cornucopium harvest.
Variant now.
Did he mention abusing Val rooms with blue mobs so they drop extra gold? I'm not sure. I don't think he did, but maybe in the like in-depth section for the farm he might be. What we watching? We watching. Bollocks farm guides. Well, his farm doc. We're just gonna yoink his doc and we're gonna put it inside the Discord and then we'll leave it there for use later.
I think I should have this in S tier. I might move it before the video is live. It's the primary way to farm astrolabes and chisels, but it is nerfed with the removal of Mirage maps, which is definitely a massive chunk of income gone. But when you're the main way of farming resources that every other strategy use, and you don't use those resources yourself, you're always going to be at the top of the meta. So I'm definitely going to move this one to S tier before the video is live. Make sure that you do not use astrolabes when running this strategy. Those brick your own astrolabe drops. And shout out to Palsteron for the video. And Enchanted Heist, now I believe Mirage Enchanted Heist blueprints, they have went core as an Atlas passive. You have a 50...
Oh, we'll still have them. Oh, shit. Well then, Heist is even better. Let's go. think I'm gonna really switch it up this league and do Nightmare map bosses into Ubers. Alright, looking to farming gold so I can keep my boats going. That'll be a good strat with Alba 4x. Turn all mobs to blues till they drop extra gold for the time spiral explosion. Which I do every league. Damn. Daring, aren't we?
15% chance to drop them when dropping a blueprint, so they're going to be rare, but they're...
Oh, wait, so it's temple farming, Fisk? Essentially? Because temple farming probably going to be pretty good this league. Yeah, but then with the all mobs are blue scarab. Oh. I see. An extra pack size on blue mobs. Was it Bloodlines? There's like 150 more map blue mobs or something like that. Wait, that's kind of expensive actually. Sounds familiar? And then when I'm in Romania, I heist. Heist time. Hey, Londe. All up.
Very powerful.
How goes? Then the other thing basically converts all mobs inside to at least blue. Wait, then that's really good XP too. Yeah, magic mobs do give a lot more XP, at least they should. So that's a really good XP farm as well. Alright, I'm gonna go gym, I'm gonna lurk. If you're still streaming when I get back, see you then, alright. Good luck. Get those gains, Zebby. Stay safe, dude. Don't throw your back. So my nap lasted for 6 hours. that sounds like sleeping.
Keeps smugglers'
Just a
caches
bit.
as a nice bonus mechanic for a lot of strategies, and it keeps the high supplies high like they were last league. So I'm definitely glad.
Yeah, I think I might actually just go Bannerman. Just because heist is still good. Movement speed is insane. And then occasionally if we wanna, you know, go into lab. I was in bed, but someone messaged me at 3:20 a.m. What? It couldn't be me. No way. Yeah, that's my bad. Shit. I actually woke you up? Fuck. Actually really bad.
This went core, and it's definitely, in my opinion,
Was it
tier.
Dennis?
Now, mercenary farming, and where to have this B tier,
It's all
it is a
good.
new
I was already
farm in
awake.
3.29 with the reintroduction of mercenaries.
Because he did message
Looking at
me
the
while
scarabs
I
and
was
the Atlas
sleeping.
tree, there is definitely
Did he ask you for a wiki link?
promise of farming
Nah, Dennis only DMs me when I'm taking a poop.
for
What the
uniques and
fuck?
scaling the amount
Probably
of
asking
wild
you for a wiki
mercenaries
link.
per map by adding rogue exiles. It's yet to be seen how these wild mercenaries drop their loot. There's an Atlas point that gives the mercenaries a 10% chance to drop all of the loot with a
He asked me if I'm his friend or not. Asking the real questions.
guarantee of dropping 2 items. So I'd imagine
He
wild
would be
mercenaries, they
devastated
drop
if not.
their loot at random and you cannot pick like you can with a regular mercenary. You can also fill a mercenary's rucksack fully with an Atlas passive, so maybe it's just adding as many wild mercenaries to your map and hoping for the best, or doing a mercenary rush strat where you focus on the main one is something that might be good. Who knows? I'll of course try this out myself though. For the last few strats, I'm just going to rattle them off without, going to the strategy page. You get the idea at this point. Memory Vault Rush. I made like 100 divines in the first 2 days of the league with this last league. Use a cheap astrolabe, complete it fast and get the best memory vault. Reward is fairly good. Generic map farming, again indirectly buffed by the removal of Mirage maps, so this should be better than last league. Betrayal, it has had all flames removed from its drop pool.
Fish, I got a DM this morning after you went to bed. I'll DM you.
Outside of medallion coping. I think it's on the chopping block for a future league, honestly. Strongbox pilfering farming was fairly weak last league, so I expect that to be the same this league. Settlers or farming, it's decent, but it's nowhere near as impressive as pre 3.28. And Big Boom Expedition, I think Expedition needs some love. It's lost its identity, in my opinion. I wouldn't be surprised if it's on track for a rework, also. And lastly, Delve. It's decent, but the buffs it got last league honestly didn't have as much of an impact as I would expect. So I've got in B tier. That is everything in B tier for now. C tier, I will go over Exceptional Rogue XL farming actually. This could be higher depending on if you're...
Oh, wait, this is Raining's favorite strat.
SSF or if it's early in the league, but I think its potential is capped by its own mechanics. The way that the Scarab works is the Exceptional XLs, they have hidden conversions, and the main conversion that you would be hunting for is the one that converts dropped items to uniques. This means that you want to juice these XLs up as much as possible to draw more items to be converted. So you use Titanic Scarabs and Scarabs of Wisps to do that, which makes this strategy pretty difficult, pretty rippy. When you hit this unique conversion, if you dropped an item that only has one unique on that base type, it will always result in that unique. For example, if I dropped a rare engraved greatsword, which is then converted to unique, that unique will always be Rakiata's Dance, since it is the only engraved greatsword unique. And this is a tier 0.
Before I go, do you think the crab totems have duration, or are they perma? I don't know if they said or not. Wait, didn't the staff have like increased duration or something, or am I cooked? It does? Oh, okay. So probably not permanent. Yeah, I don't think that they're permanent then. You probably have to resummon them every once in a blue moon, yeah. Should be decent. They probably just last giga long, probably.
Unique. So this strategy, it is good for farming specific high
Between that and the Hyro node,
but their value will plummet fairly fast, and it'll settle at its worth.
Essentially perma.
So it's sort of flawed because of that. You'll never see a Headhunter either. You'll never see a Mage Blood or anything, because those have multiple uniques sharing the same base type. So
you'll never... Wait, what? Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Okay, bye-bye. Alright, Zabby. See you, sir. Don't throw your back. Again, stay healthy. Stay safe. Get those gains. I assume they are coded as totems but walking, so totem should apply. Oh, absolutely. I assume they should.
That unique. For example, if I dropped a rare engraved greatsword, which is then converted to unique, that unique will always be Rakiata's Dance, since it is the only engraved greatsword unique. And this is a tier 0 unique. So this strategy, it is good for farming specific high tier uniques, but their value will plummet fairly fast, and it'll settle at its worth in dust. So it's sort of flawed because of that. You'll never see a Headhunter either. You'll never see a Mage Blood or anything, because those have multiple uniques sharing the same base type. So again, it's pretty capped. Meat sacks, I have written this up, but it's not really worth doing until they fix the 5th fragment slots on memory threads.
Are you cheating on me? I'm polyamorous, it's fine.
It's still likely not going to be good enough to ever actually consistently farm. And rare monster scattered farming down here. Maybe I'm underrating this. When I tested it out last league, the tier 17 mob density nerfs combined with the Fortress battle nerfs resulted in like 2/3 less scarabs generated. I don't think this is going to be generating more scarabs than, just Legion or Breach or Abyss would. I know a lot of people are expecting this to come back into the meta. I don't think it's going to be that good. And that is pretty much the video. As always, I'm going to be doing my usual things. This league exploring.
It was just a one-night stand, get over it.
I've been unexpectedly, busy the last couple months, so I've not gotten as much stuff out as I wanted to. It's Wednesday and I've not even picked a league starter either. I'm going to have a really bad league.
Oh, he's like us for real.
Start for sure, but the goal of just exploring and finding and creating resources for everybody remains the same, and I've started to do that for PoE 2 now, so I'm pretty happy
privately
with that,
invite to Penny's Discord after you went to bed.
If
Pretty sure if you signed up.
Uploads, now that I'm doing
do I need to
for
approve
both
anyone?
games, though, there should never be a
because I saw that I needed to
gap
approve
like previous leagues, so
I needed to approve Shadow
cool.
and
but man, this
stuff like that.
crept up on me. If you enjoyed the video, consider subscribing. Everything will be in the description. You can join my Discord.
I definitely needed to approve Shadow and
if there's any
another
mistakes
person.
in the docs, which I'm sure there will be, just let me know and I'll fix them. and good luck on your league start.
Weird. Shouldn't need to with an invite. Yeah, it's odd because I definitely needed to approve Shadow and one other person. We need to edit that emote and add except Schwartz. You are there in the middle, taking it from both sides. Oh no. Oh. Blade Blast Assassin. Oh, let's take a look at that.
Hello, Telvanni here, and today I want to discuss one of the builds that I am considering league starting in Path of Exile 3.29, Curse of the Owl Flame. Cold Conversion, Blade Fall, Blade Blast Assassin.
My ass is reserved.
Because both the skill Blade Blast and the Ascendancy Assassin received some massive buffs this patch. For those of you who don't...
Still have not made up my mind if I'm going trade or private league. Enjoying Vivaldi? Yeah. I'm enjoying it. Make it your default browser.
No, Blade Fall, Blade Blast was historically a very strong build archetype. It dominated the league start meta for a number of patches, until GGG did a round of pretty heavy-handed nerfs, reducing the damage it dealt in 3.14, and reducing its area of effect in 3.15.
Yikes.
These nerfs at the time were essentially a death sentence for the skill. However, they've slowly been...
I hope he's going to preface this with this build is going to struggle mapping. Uh-oh. Is he gonna... Oh, wait, is there no... I always liked Blade Fall, Blade Blast. It was fucking cool. Maybe fucking untick check on startup if you don't want to see it.
And rebuffing the skill again over a number of...
Full Fizz or Poison? I think he's converting it to cold. Yeah, cold conversion.
patches. In 3.17, they essentially reversed the damage nerfs from 3.14, and in 3.23, they gave us a tiny,
of course, there's no gameplay of
it.
He couldn't
effect.
make it into
However,
maps
it
to
was
record.
Still a far cry from its area of effect in 3.13. And as a result, the skill hasn't really seen much play since 3.14. But I think that the changes in 3.29 might be strong enough to bring the skill back from
okay,
the depths
doable.
of
But relying on the
to a
Herald Declare is
very
going to be
viable
savage.
league starter once again. In the patch notes, you can see Blade Blast now has a base radius of 1.5, up from 1.4, and its base critical strike chance went from 6% to a whopping 10%. I can't overstate how crazy strong a buff this is.
Yeah,
this is 66% more critical strike chance for the skill. And the crit change alone results in an insane buff to the damage per Blade Blast explosion. So much so that
also,
the
he's
base
going to do the
damage
junk
is now
thing with
more
double
powerful than
Arcanist
the
brand
skill
for the
has
automation
ever
of Blade
been,
Fall.
even going all the way back to its most broken state in 3.13. Now,
I wonder.
That being said, a lot of Blade Blast's power comes from overlapping explosions. And while its AoE was buffed again in this patch, ultimately Blade Blast still has about 15% less AoE than it did back in its heyday. However, I'm pretty sure that the crit changes here will make up the difference, allowing you to reach damage levels similar to what we've seen in the past. This segues nicely into the Assassin changes, and why I'm considering playing this build. The new Mythical Infusion passive now grants spell critical strike chance bifurcates.
Oh yeah, that one's fucking crazy.
Spell critical strike chance. Bifurcation is basically the same as Lucky, or for those of you who play D&D, it's the same thing as Advantage. You roll critical strike chance twice, and if...
Oh, he's a D&D player. Let's go, dude. If you leave Arcanist at level 1, you have minus AoE, which is great for the single target. Really? Wife thinks she is as funny as me. Years ago, I was flossing when a piece of minty wax flaked off and hit me right in the eye. I grabbed a takeout silverware pack with a napkin to wipe my eye. Then went to my horror, I discovered the pepper packet had opened after I stuck it in my eye. Now every time we get takeout, she hands me the pepper pack and giggles about my pain and suffering. I mean, she's kind of based. Maybe she is funny. If not more funny than... For the BF to not spread. Oh. I see. And that gets past the AoE issues of Blade Blast. That's actually very smart. You want Bladefall to be as stacked on the boss as possible? Okay, that's interesting.
You deal a critical strike. Now, the second part of bifurcation is that if both of those rolls hit the critical strike chance table, you're essentially dealing a super crit, giving you basically double your critical strike multiplier. So for most players, the goal is still going to be to fight against that 30% less critical strike chance to reach 100% crit chance, so that you are always dealing double crit damage. This synergizes incredibly well with the crit buffs to Blade Blast, as we went from a base 6% chance to crit up to a base 10% chance to crit, and with this bifurcation node active, down to a 7% chance to crit, which means Blade Blast on a bifurcation assassin still winds up with a higher base crit chance than it previously had.
Did they buff or nerf
7%
charges?
critical.
You're talking about like endurance charges, or did you do Bannerman practice? No, actually, we got distracted again. I haven't touched it yet. Blue? Oh, power charges? I don't think they nerfed anything for charges. I'm pretty sure they didn't buff it either. I'm pretty sure they didn't change anything. Yeah, power charges, right? I'm pretty sure it's going to end up being a power charge stack, right? Probably. If you're not finding a way to work in Spell Totem, animate weapon into Bladefall build, you're leaving behind almost free damage. Spell Totem, animate weapon. Spell Totem. Wait. Am I cooked? Because I did the Bladefall mines. I was 100% crit with just +1. Really?
Strike chance is overall still a fairly high base critical strike
I wonder
chance,
how he's going to do it.
It should make it very
it's
easy
probably going
to
to be
reach crit cap. Taking a look at
it has to
another
be power
new
charge related.
assassin change that is making
like
me strongly
assassin,
consider
right?
Blade Blast. The passive Death Marked is also getting a crazy buff, giving 10% increased effect of your marks per maximum power charge.
Oh,
that means right out of the gate,
There
you're
we go.
getting 40% increased mark effectiveness, just from the assassin's +1 power charge, and up to 70% taking the maximum power charge nodes on the skill tree. And that could go even higher if you have +1 power charge on gear, but that's not necessarily something
Yeah, the effective mark looked fucking cracked. If you can get like giga power charges, you could make your mark like fucking insane.
looking at in a league start scenario. However, the mark buffs aren't even the crazy strong change to this passive. The absolutely massive buff here is that 3% of
Shadow
leech
also has +1
is
curse as well.
instant
Wait,
per maximum power charge.
do they?
So with that, you're looking at 12 to 21% of leech being instant right out the gate, just from your ascendancy and the skill tree. Which, again, to be clear, is absolutely huge.
The node is
Under
very
normal
close.
leeching circumstances, you can only leech 20% of your maximum life and 10%
That's
of your
pretty
maximum
sick.
energy shield per second. So if you're running around with like 4k life and 2k energy shield, your maximum leech per second is 800 for life and 200 for energy shield. That means if you get basically red barred, you get down to 1 health, let's say you get down to 1 health but don't die somehow, it's going to take you 5 whole seconds to get your health back up to full from leech alone, and 10 seconds to get your energy shield back to full from leech alone. And this is assuming that you don't take any damage during that time, which in most situations is incredibly unlikely. However, with instant leech, you get a portion of that life and energy shield back immediately every time you hit. And because Blade Blast is a multi-hitting skill, where you're hitting 10, 20, 30 explosions at a time, you'll often be in a situation where per cast, you are restoring your entire life and energy shield pool in 1 click. So it's highly unlikely that you'll ever get whittled down and die, because basically as long as you're attacking, you're not going to die unless you get one shot. Okay, now that we've talked about some of the buffs this patch, and why I'm considering playing this build on League Start, let's take a look at an early League PoE I've cooked up. But before we dive in, I want to very briefly talk about the methodology I use for my League Start build ideas. For me, I try to cook up builds
Yeah,
kind
now
of
get
looking
life on
at a
hit
day
per hit
1 or
from the
2,
Shaper Jewel.
maybe even a
It's
day
42
3
HP per hit.
scenario, where you don't really have a ton of currency,
insane.
you can't afford super expensive uniques, and you're at absolute most level 95. 90 or 93 is more realistic, but basically the build shouldn't have a crazy high level. In my mind, it doesn't make a lot of sense to post a League Start build that's rocking a Watcher's Eye, a Thread of Hope, perfectly rolled Timeless Jewels,
He's
a level
based.
100 skill tree, and some chase uniques like
Hey,
Rally Dashes and
vibes.
Patience.
All up.
99% of the player base are just not going to have that stuff early on in the league. So if the numbers on this very, very low budget PoB look low, keep in mind all I'm really looking to get out of the build at this point, with this gear, is maybe clearing some Shaper Guardian or Conqueror red maps. Alright, with that little disclaimer out of the way, let's take a look at the build. For our skills, you're going to want to run Blade Blast, obviously, and that will be linked with increased area of effect, inspiration, and increased critical damage. These 3 supports are mandatory. Increased AoE is what lets our Blade Blast overlap more often, dealing massive single target damage. Inspiration is also very important to reduce our skill cost, while at the same time providing a nice buff to crit chance and elemental damage.
Okay, increased AoE? No, not mandatory.
Increased crit damage synergizes incredibly well with our Assassin passive, basically giving us a 2x utility from the support gem. The last
All I'm
2
looking to
support
get
gems
is
here
Shaper.
are optional, and I just went with the 2 that looked like they
No
gave us the
boy.
most damage. Cold Penetration and Hypothermia.
Wait, what? How does he have this damage? With almost 1k crit multi. Maybe he's just not fluffing it up, because this is like 1 hit, yeah? So maybe this is actually kind of cracked.
As we are dealing exclusively cold damage, and as a result, enemies are always going
No
to be
biggie.
chilled. Next up, we have Bladefall.
10 hits? Wait, oh. Wait, how? Is the scaling just that fucking bad? Shouldn't this be way more damage?
This is what's going to put down blades into the ground that our Blade Blast is then going to blow up. I've got it linked to Spell Cascade, which is going to give us more blades on the screen and more coverage while mapping. Faster casting to help us match our Blade Blast cast rate. And Unleash to help us pump out a few extra casts for free. If you really wanted to, you could replace faster casting with Spell Echo. This would give us
Max
a little
blades
bit
on
more
the ground.
damage, but as this is
okay. So this is way more damage than what's indicated here.
Incredibly clunky to play.
Level 20 Bladefall, not
leaving
it level 1.
With Assassin's
Student's
Mark
no clue.
and Creeping Frost with Bone Chill support. This is our debuffer button that we'll press whenever we see a boss or a tanky rare.
Yeah, but not every blade is hitting the target you
crit
want.
Multiplier, and cold damage to enemies that are within that Creeping Frost. Next, we have some auras and heralds. Hatred gives us a lot of extra cold damage. Herald of Purity gives us increased physical damage, which, because we are converting physical damage to cold, ends up just buffing cold damage. If you wanted to,
Hope
you
you're
could
doing well,
drop
sir.
this and run Herald of Ice instead. Herald of Ice ends up being less single target damage, but the explosion
Increased
pops that
AoE
come
gives a
along
lot
with
of
it
damage because
can
of
help
overlap
make
splash
mapping feel a
damage.
lot better. Clarity here is what is going to
You
allow
want
us
Conk
to sustain
effect to
our
make the
mana
spread as
pool
tiny
for
as
the
you can.
spells that
For
we are
Bladefall,
casting.
yeah.
Ideally, only level it as high as you need it to sustain your costs. In this scenario, I have it at level
Unless you
17,
meant Blade
but
Blast
feel free
itself.
to play around with a level
There's
on the
just
gem
no way,
as
right?
needed.
You meant
Our
Bladefall.
last aura here is Tempest Shield. This gives us some spell block and immunity to shock. That immunity to shock is kind of slept on sometimes, but shock immunity is really helpful when mapping. Moving on, we've got a couple of movement skills. Shield Charge linked to faster attacks, and Frost Blink linked to Arcane Surge, level 1. Doing this gives us a little bit of a buff to our cast speed and mana regen, as long as we're casting Frost Blink fairly regularly.
There's no reason to look at
our final
the AoE
skill
of
here,
Blast.
we are using Steel Skin, tied to cast when damage taken.
Hmm.
You can play around with the levels on this, but I like to keep my cast when damage taken somewhat low, so that it procs
It's
often
too
enough
tiny.
when I'm taking
Like
damage.
1k increased
If you change the
AoEs
levels
in
from what is
millimeter.
shown here, just make sure that the level requirements match,
Bladefall you
or
want
you could end
tiny.
up in a situation where your Steel Skin is not supported, and thus never goes
Make the
off.
Blade Blast radius
The
smaller.
last skill here in the PoB is the level 30 Assassin's Mark that we get from our Ascendancy. However, because it is only ever activated on attack critical, I've disabled it.
Whoa.
Next, let's take a look at the configuration tab here. You can see we've got a fair number of custom modifiers.
Uh-oh.
This first one simulates the changes to Blade Blast, the increased critical strike chance, and the increased radius. Next, we have something that simulates the ascendancy changes, the less critical strike chance from bifurcation, the average extra critical multiplier we'll be getting from when we super crit, and the buffs to marks and leech. This next part here might seem counterintuitive, but I have put in 50% less damage. That's right, 50% less damage. Because you have to assume that when you are casting a Blade Blast, you're probably going to be casting a Blade Fall, kind of 1-to-1 with each other. So it would be a little disingenuous to take the damage calculations from the PoB as is. Without this modifier, PoB is assuming that you're casting Blade Blast non-stop, which is just not accurate. While on the subject, I have set the
biggest problem with Blade Blast is you can't scale AoE because you want Blade Fall small, Blade Blast big. The radius of Blade Blast is shit regardless. You only want increased AoE if every hit needs to count, so with poison.
number of blades that explode from Blade Blast at 10. It is entirely possible that 20 or maybe even 30 Blade Blast explosions could hit on a larger boss, and this would be double or triple the damage shown here, but I would rather err on the side of caution. Your League start build can often make or break the player experience for a League, so I would much rather have a build that exceeds expectations rather than showcasing wildly inflated damage numbers that fall flat during real gameplay.
Fair enough.
Moving on, the final custom modifier of note here is this long list of stats that you're going to be looking to get on your suffixes. Because it doesn't really matter where you get these resistances and attributes. For example, if you have 40 strength on your gloves, or resistance.
Yeah, we don't care about that one.
This wand is a 1C wand. Maybe not
Look,
even.
nobody...
All it has
nobody
on it
is saying a
spell
fire
damage,
at the zoo isn't a tragedy, but
obviously,
holds
it's
up
entirely
bucket
possible
of
to find
barbecue
something with more
sauce.
useful stats in addition to
Waste
these,
not.
like added physical or cold damage to spells, increased spell critical strike chance, cast speed,
Stop it.
level of physical or spell
Get some
gems.
help.
All of that would be great, but this is a very low investment League start build, and I am sure that anyone could get a hold of a wand that matches or exceeds the one shown
I just
here
sat
in
down,
terms of
man.
damage output. Moving on, we have our shield. The only important stat here is chance to block. Block is the main defensive layer for this build idea, so getting a shield with a high block chance is imperative. If you can snag something like spell damage, that would be great as well, but it's not mandatory. Next, we have our helmet. The main stat to look for here is life. Additionally, in this build, I've decided to focus on armor and energy shield bases. I think these will end up scaling better later on, when you can afford to invest a lot in your build, maybe grab something like an Aegis Aurora, or free up some mana for a more defensive.
Honestly, wouldn't it be better to change this to ES evasion? Am I cooked? Wait, what was his tree? Did he show? He didn't show his tree yet. What? Oh. Oh, I guess he is. I guess he is going very left side for the block. Next season, no socket colors is pretty exciting. My life's gonna be so easy. Yeah, it's gonna be very, very easy now. It's gonna be pretty nice, I would say. But yes, socket colors are endgame. True. For the plus 10 quality, that's gonna be nice. Oh god, wait a minute. Doesn't this mean Zenith got buffed? Because quality on Zenith is like insane. Because what he's doing makes no sense. Here, let's look at the tree. Copy. You're going RF League start like I always do? Oh. The allies with the new system is going to be cracked. It'll be harder to get all sockets. 6 actual colored items going to be fucking hard to roll. We can't really throw 5k chromatics again if they put them to Exalted Orb Rarity. That's true. Did you mention what type of build this was? So this was a Blade Fall, Blade Blast, Cold Convert, Assassin. I mean, bossing or mapping? Oh no, this is just for getting yourself to red maps. And like, his goal is just to kill like a Shaper Guardian or something for this. This is essentially just his league start idea. I assume it's going to be Chaos Tier, in my opinion. Is it going to be Chaos Tier? I don't know, the way Andrew talked about made me think it's rare. We're going to have to have vendor recipe on the tier 16 maps. Ooh. That's true. Wait a minute. Shrim Sorrow, I see. Yeah, but the next tier is Regal tier, and you'll never have a 6 socket color. Oh god, that's kind of true. Just corrupt them and spam Tainted Chromatics. Oh, you're right. Tainted Chromatics work. And I mean, we'll want to corrupt stuff anyway for the implicits, right? Because synths are gone. I know no one, but listening to this dude is not good, man. Damn. Until you corrupt into a white socket. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Is that going to still be an outcome? Surely not, right? God damn it. No. Yeah, there's no way. Let me corrupt my 1k 300 PDPS staff. Do it. Look at all the defensive layers Shadow has. And he goes to the entire other side to focus on armor and block instead. Yeah, I don't like that he goes to the armor angle. It's very strange. Wait. Oh. Why is he... Finish your mirror craft and corrupt it into 6 white sockets would be so troll. It would be. Then he skips to ability to have 2 brands to automate your bossing with his smaller spread, so more blade hits. Probably because it's broken. Whom the fuck is this build from? It is from... Wait a minute. Telvani. Probably isn't updated? Maybe. I mean, this is a recent video, today actually. Who the fuck is that even? Let's see. Doriani Merc. Opinion reject. 1 year ago? What the hell? Hey. Alright. Time to look at the next. Oh shit, what the fuck? Immolation. What does Dreamcore have to say about this?
Hello guys, welcome to another video. Now last night we finally received the dot buffs for the spells. That came very late into the patch stage there, but we do have them before launch,
you're
so
right,
that's nice.
It's the bifurcate
and
one.
there are some pretty big buffs in here. There's buffs to Fizz Dot, that's looking good. Death's
Another
Oath got buff
core.
there, if some people want to play that. Cold Dot is looking really good as well. However, in this video, I want to focus on one buff in particular, and that is this buff
are you talking
right
about
here,
the
to Scorching Ray
time
of
to check patch notes
Immolation.
again?
Now, this skill was already really good
Are you
last
talking about
patch.
his
In fact,
ascendancy
this
or
was
something
actually
else?
a gauntlet build that people chose because you could get a decent amount of damage with this build and also be tanky enough to be able to actually kill Ubers in the gauntlet, you know, and actually under that pressure. So this build was already good, and this skill got massively buffed in this patch. So this buff says now has a base duration of 4 seconds, previously 3. That change there is really big. We'll talk about that in just a moment. And it's also going up to about 2,744 base fire damage at gem level 20, up from 2,343, which is about 17% more base fire damage. But the way this skill works is really, really important, because how this build is being played for the most part is on totems. So on totems, the way Scorching Ray works, and this isn't something that's exclusive to Scorching Ray of Immolation, by the way, this is something that already existed a long time ago, has existed since Scorching Ray has been in the game, which is that on totems, each individual totem applies its own debuffs, and those debuffs do not get overridden by the next totem that gets spawned. Instead, they just persist for their full duration. And so by making use of this skill on totems, you can essentially obtain access to a bunch of new scaling vectors in the form of totem placement speed, so you can get your totems out faster, duration scaling modifiers like increased skill effect duration, even things like temporal chains as a curse, which actually extends the debuff duration on the enemy side of things. And things like this will essentially allow you to build a lot of damage over time. You can just
this guy keeps snitching on my builds.
Damage. This is very much a ramping build. It ramps very high.
No, the update's to dot. Oh, I see.
So if you were to just look at this buff in isolation here, in terms of totem builds,
aren't you supposed to know, Mr. Radiated? I did look at them, and they were disappointing because none of them were good for Impending Doom. They were all trash. Though Solren looks pretty good, honestly. I mean, why the fish was there? Oh, don't tell anyone. But I was stealing the guy's underwear because I was doing laundry.
This is a 17% more base damage buff, and it's a 33% more duration buff here, which accounts to roughly 56% more damage for the totem setup, if you were to account for all stacks of damage that you could possibly get if you were just completely spamming out your totems.
56?
But that is not the full picture.
Just
there,
to sniff or to wear? Very much needed answer.
Totem support. Which is right
I'm from
here.
Japan,
Spell
so
totems have supported skills now deal 55 to 50% less damage at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 49 to 40% less. So that is going from a 40% less multiplier to a 50% less multiplier this patch, which is quite a big nerf. And if you account for all of these things together, the Scorching Ray of Immolation totem builds actually come out at about 30% more damage in total when at full ramp. But the thing is, that is also not the full story, because the duration change here, going from 3 seconds to 4 seconds, isn't just a damage multiplier. It also changes how you're going to actually build your character and how you're going to path on the tree, which is going to save you some points. Now, heading over here to PoB, this is Soul's character from patch 3.28, and I will link his video in the description below if you're interested in actually checking this out, because this is a hardcore solo self-found build. This is basically the prerequisite to some of the Gauntlet stuff that came out, and this is a very, very solid setup. You can see there, pretty much dot capped, and there's also very good defenses here. And this damage number here assumes that you're basically just standing still and, you know, spamming out all of your totems, which isn't really realistic in general gameplay, so it is going to be a bit lower than this. But I wanted to actually come over here to the PoB so that I can showcase exactly what these changes are going to do to this type of build. So you can see here that this build paths to the middle of the tree here to be able to grab both of these duration clusters. And when doing that, and when scaling duration up here with other modifiers, you end up reaching about a 7.4 second duration on the debuff. So that's the debuff that's being applied by each tick of the Scorching Ray
Imagine if
beam.
the new best skill is just going to be flame wall.
And that debuff is going to persist
dots.
from each and every totem, even if the totem is killed by a new one being spawned. So basically, you just continuously stack up your totems, and you can see this build has a very low totem placement time of 0.2 seconds per cast.
Captain Lance did a couple of Ubers with this build and Gauntlet? Really? Oh shit. It's a great support spell. Especially early anyway.
Every single cast drops 2 totems.
Oh, you're talking about
because
flame
it's using
wall.
multiple totem support. And this number here is not even accurate because it's going to be a little bit higher than that once you actually have temporal chains on the target, and that duration is having a slower expiry as well. But I wanted to showcase exactly what the changes are going to do. So I have them over here in the configuration. If you want to actually check this out, you can see that the custom modifiers here that Soul has put into this PoB are correct. So I've actually double-checked these to make sure that they are correct.
600
and these are basically accounting for
and 42%
how many tokens you can
more
drop per
damage.
second. And this is assuming maximum stacks. As I said, that's not really too realistic, so the damage is going to be a bit lower than what's shown here. However, down at the bottom here, I have the changes for patch 3.29.
Wintertide 100%,
So first of all, we have the
duration and a bit more
16%
damage.
less
Yeah.
damage change
Old
from
Dog
spell
got
totem
some
support,
big buffs.
and then we have the changes directly.
Did you see Jungrone's build for Cold Dog? It actually looks really good. That means with a bit of cast speed, you can get to that 20 cap hardcore. Yeah, when Wintertide got some big buffs. Biggins. Jung's Cold Dot build like actually looks really tempting to play.
Directly to Scorching Ray emulation here, which is 17% more base damage and 33% more duration. So with those stats applied, you can see the damage didn't really change. That's because I haven't updated the calculation up here for the new duration. However, the reason why I haven't done that is because I want to showcase that you can remove all of these points.
I think
now.
he starts as Elementalist, but then goes off to Occultist later.
We can remove all of those,
Yeah.
and our skill effect
You start with
duration
Elementalist
is
because
still
it's just too
higher
powerful,
than it was
right?
before. So 7.8 seconds. That means that the damage
But
here
later on,
is
apparently going
slightly lower than what it would be at maximum
going
RAM. But as I said,
Occultist
that's not really very
is
realistic
better?
anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Or maybe I'm thinking
so
about
the
his
damage
Winter Orb
is
build.
essentially the same, but you gained 6 passive points, which is quite big, especially, you know, for an endgame PoB. Gaining 6 passive points is huge. You can spend those into more tankiness or, you know, more quality of life and things like that. And that is what it means for this particular build. It's quite a huge buff. However, I want to head over to this other PoB here because I'm actually more interested in this skill from a self-cast perspective in regards to Righteous Fire Chieftain on a League Star. Because even though I think the Scorching Ray of Immolation Totems build is really, really strong, I'm a really big fan of League starting RF, and Scorching Ray of Immolation has slowly but surely been getting better and better every patch, whilst Fire Trap has slowly been getting worse. And I can actually show you that right here. So here is Fire Trap, and you can see over time we've just been getting nerfed on Fire Trap. This is going all the way back to patch 3.19 there, where it went from about 4,000 damage over time to 3,000. That was a pretty huge nerf. And then going up here, more recently, 326, the dot damage went down again from about 3,000 to, 2,500 or so. Meanwhile, for Scorching Ray of Immolation, the skill has been getting better. In patch 3.26 there, it got buffed. It went from about 1900
so it doesn't change to
damage there to about 2,300 damage, and then it got buffed again in this patch up to about 2,700 damage. So this skill is getting better, and for a while you basically had to play Fire Trap on RF Chieftain because you get so much out of it, right? You get the damage over time that sits on the ground. You also get the ignite that comes from the hit. But I wanted to actually show you in this PoB the reason why I'm going to be playing Scorching Ray of Immolation on my League Starter Chieftain for this patch over Fire Trap. And that's because there are quite a few things that have changed, and now it's just a lot more competitive. So this PoB is currently set up here with Ramacos. I don't have, a setup for the build or anything like that, but I just wanted to show some base damage differences here. The Ramaco Sunlight Notable is the most important thing here. This is the Chieftain node, and when you're stationary, it sets nearby monsters' fire resistance to minus 20%, but only against damage over time. And that's important because Scorching Ray only does damage over time, whereas Fire Trap has a hit component as well, which you do have to kind of take into account in terms of DPS if you're just standing on the target and constantly throwing traps. Now you can see that this here is the DPS, 8,650 or around there. That is assuming that you are just constantly spamming the trap over and over again. Then if we head over to Scorching Ray of Immolation and max stacks, 7,670. Now, that is all damage over time, whereas on the Fire Trap setup there, this is about 6,700 or so of it is damage over time, and the rest is hit-based. And that means that, when you're actually using Scorching Ray, you can afford to move around and stuff like that, and you're still going to have that maximum damage output going for at least 4 seconds, and then you can carry on with it. Whereas with Fire Trap, as soon as you start moving and you lose that hit damage, you are immediately at a damage loss. And I will point out there that I do have 100% ignite chance there, just for a kind of fair comparison with the Fire Trap, because you are going to have 100% ignite chance on a Chieftain build. You are looking to have that capped out ignite chance for Hinakura specifically, but it does of course benefit Fire Trap as well. However, there's more going on than that, because there's also the support gem changes and the quality changes in this patch coming from the new socket gem system. So if we look here, Scorching Ray of Immolation has a really good quality stat. It adds additional damage based on the debuff stages, so it gains a maximum of 8 stages, and each stage there is going to add 14% of damage on a level 20 gem with 20% quality, but with that extra 10% quality that comes from socketing the blue gem in the blue socket in this patch, you're going to get an extra 2% of damage per stage, so that's an extra 16% base damage coming from that quality change. Compare that to Fire Trap, which gains increased trap trigger area of effects there, which isn't a very good stat in terms of, actual damage dealt. It does benefit you a little bit in terms of, mapping and things like that, but this I don't think is really comparable. I would much prefer the quality stat there from...
Okay. Yeah, intriguing. Alright, do we actually try and do a Bannerman practice? I don't think we even have enough time though. It's already fucking 3 p.m. Oh my god. We've been wasting 4 hours just getting sidetracked. Shit. What do we do? Oh. Wait. Oh, this is 3 months ago. God damn it. Yeah, this is a no-no. Oh. Who needs practice anyway? Play Barbie dress up. Okay. Your camera is covering the clock. Oh no. Got him. AF, aka female merc. Oh. Bleed gland? Eviscerate? Oh no. Unkillable League Star. No boots though? For the only feat. True.
Hey, what's up, YouTube?
Yeah, but if I do that, I'm probably gonna have to follow Captain Lance's guide. Oh shit, he also updated this?
Okay, let's talk about it. Archmage Shock Nova Procession. So a lot of people have asked me whether or not I'm updating this build for 3.29. I gotta be honest, I wasn't sure how big the impact of the changes were going to be, so it took me a while to kind of like put things together. I think the build's gonna be completely viable after the patch. there is a lot of changes. This is probably the most changed build, I think, in practice. Archmage is still going to make it play viable. They've rebalanced it, though. It's getting slight nerfs and slight buffs. And also the mana cost. Mana cost is honestly the most unknown to me.
This was the build I wanted to play last league. It did look really fun. Like, super fun. The problem is, though, getting the fucking series staff. Oh my god. The drop rate is so low. And it's like such a waste. Didn't Dennis say it was shit? Well, he played the E-Blade version. This is a different one. Who knows? The E-Blade version might have been better. I'm honestly not sure.
It is 100% getting worse than before, but it might be easier early game. Yeah, I'll talk about it in a second.
This honestly look bogus.
Definitely some significant changes here. Archmage. So Shock Nova Procession, I played it last league as League Starter. Very strong, but I would say Ice Nova with Frostbolt is slightly better for like a pure League Starter. This build does scale really well in game though. I think Shock Nova Procession is one of the better Archmage skills. So definitely a really good League Starter still.
I gave up after 25 at series.
A lot of people like that one button playstyle.
I think I tried like.
Keep in mind though, I think Frostbolt plus Archmage.
How many did I try?
Is slightly
did I try
damage,
like closer to 40
on at least? I think the scaling
so?
wise, Shock Nova comes out ahead later on, especially because it's one button. It has really good scaling with
cast. Maybe I stopped super early.
And greater echo. Okay, let's talk about some things here. So, what's actually changed? Shock Nova Procession is receiving a slight rebalancing of the damage distribution here. This is exactly the same damage, however. So basically, this
couldn't be
higher
asked
top
to do
end,
anymore.
lower mid
You ran over 100 on
DPS.
Banner Boy, no stat. 100?
Wait,
Wait, you were farming it too?
This is the relevant
because
for
you wanted to play
because
it.
Archmage is where all your mana cost is coming from.
Jesus Christ.
Wait,
when did you do that?
This is a big change
I actually
here.
didn't even
They're
hear
both
about
getting
this.
nerfed a little bit. Archmage is going
Because
down
you wanted
from
the stat.
16% down to 14. This is still going to be very strong. This is a
Jesus
slight nerf,
Christ.
though. Arcane Cloak is also receiving a nerf, 14% down to 10%. It's getting a bit back, though, from buff effect through quality of gems. This is essentially going to make it 11% instead of 10%. So, kind of a nerf there. Packet Beta is potentially going to offset these nerfs here. This potentially has a lot of downsides, however, and it might not be very good with Shock Nova because we cast so fast.
Yeah.
Hard to say. Have to play around with it.
That's not
might
gonna
be
be
really
great.
good. Might be really bad. I figured I'd mention it though. I didn't actually put it in the config at all, but it is something to keep in mind.
It's like when Beyond couldn't do ulti
Quality
on
change
Casper
overall
Stun,
is
so I was the
giving
only
a
person
lot of this
farming
power
it so
back,
low.
though. For example, on Shock Nova itself, you're getting 5% more
How did
cast
that
speed,
happen?
which is essentially 5% more DPS. You see here on the tooltip, 5% DPS, not
Damn.
too bad. So I guess I should lower the Arcane Cloak down to 0 quality to kind of make up for that a little bit. Anyways, slight buff, slight nerf, a little bit of a nerf overall, I think, when you take everything into account here. Still very
People
strong.
needed Darkseer, so I
Now
got
the
a
big
bunch.
changes. Mana cost is being reworked from reduced costs into mana cost efficiency. What this means is you will no longer be able to get to 0 mana costs, which you could before. Now you'll be able to reduce it quite a bit, but you're still going to have to deal with mana costs. This makes things like Val Clarity way better. The exact way it works is, for example, in the past,
People
if
knew
you
the
had
amulet
100%
from Fortress
reduced
maps.
mana
I got
cost,
like
you'd have 0
12.
mana
You did
costs.
get so
If you
many
have
to the point where it
100%
was
mana
like
cost efficiency,
getting too
it'll go
many.
down to half mana costs. And it scales really poorly. For example, you get 200% mana cost efficiency, it goes down to 33% cost. So pretty bad scaling, honestly. I would say that mana is going to be far more annoying this patch. You may have to use things like Inspiration. I'm showing you guys a preview here without Inspiration enabled. This is because Inspiration is generally a dead link on Archmage. It doesn't actually really increase your damage like PvP says it does, because you don't really ever have the stacks up. It does reduce mana cost though, so you may have to use this and lose some damage. One good thing about Inspiration is it does have a pretty good quality.
For Dennis, though. That was straight up BS. Yeah,
which would
you
go
farmed
even
so
higher with the
much
quality
just
gem
for
thing.
it not to
So maybe you
drop.
make
That
some
was
mana back
silly.
here from Inspiration. Maybe you don't even have to use Inspiration with like some
What
other
used Yoke?
investment on
Ellie
the
hit?
tree. I gotta be honest,
Um,
I'm just not sure how this is gonna play out without actually playing the game. Maybe the mana cost will be completely
KF?
fine.
That's true.
I think
Last
things
league
like
was
Foulborn,
KF.
Callista's Grace will still be really good.
Ellie hit too, but I think
after the
no
patch.
one in the private league played Ellie
But
hit.
yeah, like a little bit of an unknown here. A little bit of a riskier league start in my
Liquor.
opinion because of that. I still think there's no way they're gonna make
it was
bad,
mainly KO.
but mana cost is definitely gonna be more of a problem than it was before. Okay, so what else do I want to talk about? There's a couple interesting changes past that. For example, Vlocker's Sign, a really good early game unique item that I have my current POB, is actually getting a massive buff. It's getting 150 mana from 40. This ring is going to be pretty ridiculous endgame, honestly. Like, it's a level 38 ring, 150 mana, 60% damage, leech, and shock chance. Yeah, this might be pretty expensive. I gotta be honest. I have to assume they're gonna make this ring
Every
harder
private
to
league
get.
I did in Mirage.
Otherwise, you're just gonna have 2 of these on, and you have the same damage early on. If this ring is common, just run 2 of these for the entire game, basically. And you're gonna have way more damage than before. I mean, for example, let me just add 300 mana into the POB here. So let's see you have the Pledge of Hands or invert set up here, and you add 300 flat mana. Let's see, plus 300 to maximum mana. That is essentially 1500 mana on this current POB. So flat mana is very strong. The fact that you're getting 150 flat mana from a low level unique ring is pretty crazy.
Mechanic you didn't touch that league
this is probably by far the biggest actual buff to the build, because assuming these are the same rarity, this is a pretty common unique. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing with that. Maybe they're gonna make it really rare. I don't know, honestly. Pretty huge buff though. Mana efficiency on the Callistos instead of reduced costs. Pretty much every reduced cost and the game has been converted into mana costs. Legion uniques that are good for this build. There's a couple interesting ideas here. First off, Foulborns are off limits. I think they said in the QA. Someone can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong here. But I believe you can't sacrifice them, and you definitely can't get them from the outcome.
Okay.
Mind Spiral is the most interesting, I think, for Archmage characters, especially early on. There might be some good body armors as well, like Lightning Coil and Cloak of Flames. Mind Spiral comes to mind, though, because there's a couple really interesting options here to sacrifice into it, and Mind Spiral itself is actually kind of common, so it might not be that rare to actually get one. Katava's Thirst is a very strong option to sacrifice, assuming you get the trigger socketed spells when you spend mana. This would work really well for any utility or any curses or whatever you want to use it with, especially for like the Frostbolt, Ice Nova type character. This would be very strong for that as well.
What would be your
normally its helmet's pretty
Legion
bad,
swap?
and it's a really bad downside.
I guess that would depend on the build. Like I haven't really I haven't really like pegged what build I want to play. Bannerman is really high up there though, because the movement speed is so high. Like really high up there. Winter Orb is really pretty decently high because it just looks like it'll feel super comfy. But then probably everyone and their mom is going to be doing cold stuff for Winter Orb in the private league, so maybe playing something that's less contested. Just to help with the boys. Ooh, I wonder. Honestly, the best Legion swap would probably be a Lightning Coil. I wonder, can you swap a Lightning Coil into a Lightning Coil? Did they mention if you can swap into the same item? Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. If you can swap a Lightning Coil into Lightning Coil, that would be like fucking crazy. Because we did see that they swapped a the Fizz Taken as Fire body armor into the Lightning Coil, but we didn't see if they can go into the same, because that would be so cool. Like way too cool. The problem is dropping all of them. What are the odds of Ancient Orbing into the same item? Yeah, really fucking low. Is that possible, actually? Can you Ancient Orb into the same item? It might not actually be possible.
Just straight up, this is a pretty massive buff if you can actually convert a Katava's Thirst onto a Mind Spiral. Elevore is another really good option, especially if you're running the Evasion ES setup. suppression giving you life back, not bad. Or maybe it gives you suppression chance. I'm assuming it gives you the life per suppression, but who knows? I mean, there's a lot of different variations here. I'm sure there's a lot of really good ones for Mind Spiral. Basically, there should be a lot of these popping up if people are sacrificing helmets, and this is a pretty common one, so very strong option. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, basically these setups here that you guys see are staff setups and wand setups. I believe that staff is better early, especially if you have access to the Pledge of Hands. This is pretty hard to farm though. Zuri drops it like 1 in 100, I think is the drop rate. We had some issues last league. I got mine really fast, but I got linked a bunch of images from people that had like a full quad tab of items that didn't find Pledge of Hands.
1 in 100. So Londe got kind of
draws
fucked.
up an easy boss. However, it might be kind of hard to get. So, in any case, the other setup is Dual Wand. Dual Wand is very strong. Now, within these two setups, you have two different variations.
Ooh. Ooh. That's... It shouldn't, right? Because it's considered an enchant, and it's not exactly an implicit. Because it has that enchant, like, text, right? Oh, fuck. Is using a tempering orb going to remove it as well? Not an enchant. It's a vestigial implicit. Okay. So it's its own entity. Can you corrupt it for another implicit, and can you enchant? You should be able to, right? Because if it's not an enchant. So Legion Swap, get a good enchant, Val Orb, Tainted Mythic. Wow, that would be crazy. Maybe? Wait. That is one way to do it.
You have Invert, and you have Anathema. My personal preference is Invert, because it's far simpler. You just run Invert Gem. Invert the rules, no curses, or the only curse you run is Punishment. And then you get Invert Mastery on the tree, and then you just have really good Invert the rules stuff going on. Also, I'm not sure why this is showing the exposure here. This should be the Invert. Okay, fix that. Basically, any minus res is really bad, and increase or invert is really good. On the other setup is the Anathema. Now, Anathema is more damage, but it's far more annoying because you have to use like 5 curses. So, in my personal opinion, this isn't really worth it. If you do end up going this route, though, I think.
Wait, he could just use he can use Bane, right?
Arcanist Brand is the way to go. This gives you
a
lot of
Arcanist Brand. I guess that would
it's a lot of damage.
Too.
Probably a bossing setup mostly. If you're doing maps, I think just go Invert. Though honestly, Invert's just far simpler and probably better for mapping. Honestly, because you're not really gonna have 5 curses in every rare monster you run into, anyways. Pledge of Hands, it goes block, or Staff goes block. Staff is getting a bit of a buff, so I guess I should mention it here. They're adding a gem called Men Infused Staff. I don't think this is actually worth running because it reserves 30% of your mana, but possibly it's worth running. It gives you a lot of staff block. Hard to say. I mean, the ability itself would gain a lot of damage as well. Maybe it's worth messing around with. I find it hard to believe that it'd actually be worth like reserving your mana though. We'll see. The wand setups go for evasion suppression along with necrotic. This is probably the better endgame setup, honestly. Far simpler, kind of nice mapping, and you get suppression, which is nice mitigation.
I'll correct that.
I think the wand setup is
if
best
it bricks,
endgame.
then Tainted Mythic.
The staff setup could potentially be better this league though, because they're buffing staffs. Maybe you don't have to use Pledge of Hands. Pledge of Hands is pretty hard to beat though, honestly. In any case, these are basically the setups. I added some early game stuff, some mid game stuff, some red map stuff. I think early on, before you get Pledge, by the way, just run wands anyways, probably. There's no reason to switch to staff.
I just realized. What if?
And yeah. I figured I'd put all these setups in the same POB for you guys to make decisions whether or not you want to go for it or not. In any case, pretty much everything I want to talk about. Lots of changes. Overall, the build should be completely fine for league starting. And yeah, I liked it a lot. I'm a little concerned about the mana, but I think it should work out fine, surely. Surely GGG doesn't make...
Wait a sec. Spell Echo. What if you could make a Pledge of Hands build Pledge of Hands. Impending doom. Ah, fuck, but you can't use the helmet, though. So we're gonna be lacking on levels. Probably gonna be shit, unless there's, like, other scaling options. Hmm. Damn. Less outcomes on hands now, since you can't corrupt a white socket. On hands. Oh, Cirrus gloves. Oh shit, you're right. Oh. That is true. We could probably have like even more insane Cirrus gloves. Alright. Unfortunately, that will be it for me today. We are gonna get off early. Tomorrow, shit. So tomorrow the league launch is going to happen. However, I don't think I'll be able to play on the weekends because we have stuff that we need to do. We need to make some visits. So league launch is going to happen. I'm probably not going to be able to... Wait, it's not tomorrow, is it? I thought it's day after tomorrow. Yeah, it's day after tomorrow. Okay. Friday. Yeah. No. Okay, so it's going to start at 4 p.m. Yikes. Yeah, so on Friday, we're going to be league launch. And I'm probably not going to be able to play that much, yeah. And then Saturday, Sunday, normally I do stream on the weekends on like league launches and stuff, but we're going to be busy. So I probably won't be able to. We will see. Oh well, GG go next. True, true, true. Alright. Well, GG's time. Let us go and raid Shatar. But obviously, we get our outro music. Wait, is he editing his video live? Wait, that's actually pretty good. He's making a league start video. Okay. Well, to everyone that is here, watching, lurking, thank you for being here as always. It's super appreciated. Hope you guys all stay healthy, stay safe, and good night. We'll see you all later. GG's.